All right, Chapter 16, Appraisals. This is going to be a long chapter. It's got a bunch of information in it. We're going to go over different types of value. Their value can mean more than one thing to different people. We got different types of value. We've already learned about the values that they use for taxation purposes. We have market value. We have we're going to go over it in this chapter. There's a couple different types of value. We're going to describe the differences among the various types of value. We're going to learn about the theory of valuation. We're going to talk, which is the first half of the chapter, probably learning a theory, because even though an appraiser does this, so do we when we help value people's properties. We're going to explain the three approaches to value and the differences and when they would be used by an appraiser. And we're going to discuss the profession of appraising in New Jersey and the different appraisal licenses. So the real estate market, what is a market? A market is any place where goods can be brought and sold. So we come together to a marketplace to exchange these goods. Now, real estate's an imperfect market because you can't exactly bring the product out to the people. You got to bring the people out to the product. So there's a little bit of a time lag in between for us to figure out if there is an excess or a shortage of the product. So in order for land to have value, it's commonly agreed that it possesses 5 attributes. One, it's finite in its supply, meaning there's no new land that's being created. Whatever's here is here. It's physically immobile, can't pick it up, put it in a better neighborhood. It's durable. You could drop a bomb on it, it'll last forever. And it has its own unique location and characteristics. You know, that's an important characteristics for value, right? Location, 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 as well as for desirability. And it's useful to people. If it doesn't serve a purpose, the land, then it has no value. So these are 5 common characteristics for land to have value. One, it's finite in its supply, it's physically immobile, it's durable, and has its own unique characteristics, and it's useful to people. All right, so let's see. Let me get my books to the right page. All right. So on page 304 here, we're just going to do this little highlight. Supply and demand is the amount of goods offered for sale in the marketplace at any given period of time. Demand is the number of people that are ready, willing, and able to buy those goods. So when supply increases, prices will drop. When demand increases, prices will rise. So the principle states that the value of property increases if the supply of such property decreases, and the demand for it either increases or remains constant, and vice versa. That means the opposite is also true. Right? You guys understand the supply and demand and how that works, right? There's not enough product and people want it. What happens to the price?
It goes up.
It goes up. And if there's a lot of a product and not that many people want it, the price goes down. That's vice versa. All right, so that's the basics of supply and demand. Now, value is the monetary worth of goods, products, or services that are being offered in the marketplace at any given period of time. And value means 100%. Anytime we're trying to figure out value, we're trying to figure out all of it, not only part of it. So this could be described as the present worth of future benefits. So value can be described as the present worth of future benefits. Value does not remain the same over time. It fluctuates. It changes with the market. So in order to sharpen those valuation skills of yours, I believe I already told you guys about taking a class that's taught by appraisers. It's called the CMA workshop. They also have seasonal workshops as well, where you can get updates to see what's going on in the marketplace if things are changing. These usually offer CE credits, and they're tax deductible, of course. So Ottawa.com, that's that appraiser group that offers these classes for real estate agents. Real estate views during tax time. The owner looks at their house like this, the buyer like this, the agent, appraiser, tax man. Real estate values seen by the seller. So when it's not tax time, all of a sudden the seller sees their house like this. When it's tax time, the tax man sees it like that, and the owner's like, no, my house is more moderate. But when we try to get a listing, they're like, nope, that's my house. I want that much money for it. So value can be described as the present worth of future benefits arising from the ownership of real property. Let's highlight that. And situs is people's preference for a location. What is the three most important factors? Location, 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 right? You want to have that nice location, close to work, not too far away. Maybe have a nice view. Maybe you don't want to be close to your neighbor, but you want to be still kind of close to the stores and shops, Location, location, location is very important. So here's a location reference here. Well, first of all, let's highlight situs. Some people pronounce it situs. I pronounce it situs, because once you find that perfect location, you say, we're going to sit us right here. So situs is the people's preference for a particular location. Situs, situs, I know it's pronounced situs, but I'm going to mispronounce it because I like to mispronounce words that help me remember their meaning. So I'm going to call it situs. When we find that perfect location, we're going to sit us right here. Now, if we look at this, these websites that I have references here to, it just shows you historically the same thing came into play, people's preference for location. But then again, this was also an opportunity to own land once it eventually opens. Look at that, it looks like a child site duckster. Anyway, they talk about the Homestead Act and the land rush. So back in 1862, when President Lincoln was Lincoln, he enacted something called the Homestead Act. And under the new law, any U.S. citizen could get 160 acres of unoccupied land west of the Mississippi River and east of the Rocky Mountains. And they could keep that land if they lived on that land for at least 5 years and made improvements to it. They just had to pay a registration fee, but there was they were giving the land away. So look at that picture there, the little toddlers. Built a house on it, and I guess they made do with what they had, right? Technology wasn't exactly the biggest thing back then. You made house out of sticks and mud. Now, homesteading was a great opportunity for many people, especially immigrants who just moved to the United States. Anyone who was over 21 years of age could own land. This included former slaves, immigrants, and single women. The land rush, here's a picture of that land rush. It was actually a race that they set up where people just lined up, and around high noon, they were allowed to enter the area and race off and claim claim a piece of land with their flag. They could plant their, remove the flag that was there that had the lot number, and then they would plant their own flag there, and then that land was theirs. Now, of course, you had some cheaters back then that they snuck onto the land. They didn't bother entering the race from the starting line. Instead, they snuck on the land, so they were already sitting there. So they were there sooner than everybody else. So they got the nickname Sooner. And today, that's the mascot of the University of Oklahoma. Look at that. They're celebrating cheaters. So around 50,000 people lined up to claim around 2 million acres of prime land. Around 10,000 home seekers settled the area, and today it's known as Oklahoma City. The next day, the city was established with a population of over 10,000 people. Some interesting facts about the Homesteading Act. Northerners wanted the land to be developed by small farmers rather than large plantation owners from the South. They were afraid the plantation owners would use slaves to form the land. So that's why they came up with the race idea. There was $18 fee to file the application to plot land, which was a lot of money back then still too. Later, Homestead Act allowed for 320 acres to be claimed in such kinds of races for dry land farming, and 640 acres for ranching. By 1934, over 270 million acres of land had been given away by the United States government. That's around 10% of the land mass in the United States. Now, homesteading, where you could just go out and claim ownership of any unclaimed property and claim it as your own, ended in 1976, not that long ago, except in Alaska, where it ended in 1986. So you could still claim ownership of land just by claiming it out, staking your claim, all the way up to 1986 in the United States. In the book Little House on the Prairie, Laura Engel's dad claimed a homestead in Kansas. Interesting, huh? Interesting little factoids there. Now, if you guys ever seen the movie Far and Away with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, I think they were Irish immigrants. She was a single woman. He was an Irish immigrant, came from poor means, and they wanted to make lives for themselves. So they came here to the United States, had the registration fee so they could join that race. You know, hey, it's a freedom opportunity, you know, getting away from that European class where you're either born into riches or you're poor and you stay there, you know. Another type of what we call modern day slavery, right? They had it back then too. So here's a drawing of that same picture that I just showed you, the actual historic race on Wikipedia. Here's once again that actual picture of the race when photography was starting out. Surprised it was even that clear with everybody moving. That's an actual picture of the people racing to claim their land. Wow. Times have changed, huh? If you go to this Wikipedia page, then also talks about the Indian tribes and stuff that some of them conceded land, some of them had struck up deals and sold it. Others, they were relocated forcefully. let's see, boomer movements, the Sooners, David Payne, oil movement. Okay, you guys can look up history about this, read up this page a little bit, talks about the religious aspect of it and those who fought slavery as well. Wanted to buy up a lot of that land and use it for good means too. All right, so you may want to watch that movie, Far and Away. There's another movie reference for you. I gave you Stripes the other day. Today it's Far and Away. These are all kind of real estate related topics that are built into movies. So I'm throwing them at you. So situs is a people's preference for location. Now there's 4 economic characteristics to value: dust, demand, utility, scarcity, and transferability. So there has to be a demand by a desire for the property by people who can afford it and are willing to buy it. Utility, meaning that it serves a human need or desire. Scarcity means that it's limited in supply. And transferability means that the ownership should be easily transferred from one party to the next. Otherwise, the value just may not be there as much as you think. All right, so which one of these 4 economic characteristics to value would apply to this situation that I'm about to explain to you? So pay attention while I explain it to you, the scenario. You've got a builder that's going to build several hundred homes in the area, and you want to buy a piece of property if the city will give you a permit to put in a combination laundromat convenience store. Which one of these 4 economic characteristics to value apply to your situation?
Utility.
Utility. You got a couple hundred homes moving in the area. You're going to need a laundromat and a convenience store, right? So it's good. Your value, your property is going to stem from serving a human need or desire. Now, an appraisal is an unbiased estimate or opinion of value that's based on supportable evidence using approved methods by a licensed appraiser, by someone who's licensed, and we call those licensed people appraisers. Now, an appraiser, to become an appraiser, it does require licensing. Let me look over there, page 314, make sure that this is still the right page numbers. Should be. Okay, 314, 315, and then 318. Yep. Okay, those are right. So an appraiser is an independent person. They don't work for the lender. The lender sends them out and selects the appraiser. The fee is paid by the borrower, but the lender selects them. They're trained to provide an unbiased estimate or opinion of value based on supportable evidence. So let's highlight that on page 305 under market value there. So an appraisal is an estimate or opinion of value, but it's performed by somebody who's licensed to give that opinion, and it is based on supportable, duplicatable evidence. So if we turn to 318 for a moment, Let's look at the different types of appraisal licenses that are out there. First, you start off with that apprentice, with becoming an apprentice trainee. Then you could move on to be a licensed residential appraiser. Then the next appraiser license is a certified residential appraiser. And then after that, it's a certified general appraiser. That's the highest type of appraiser license that you could get. Now, an apprentice trainee needs to take 90 hours of appraisal classes and pass a state exam to become an apprentice trainee. Then you can, once you have 2,000 hours of experience under your belt, working for at least a year as an apprentice trainee, you could go back to school, take another 150 hours of classes, and then become a residential appraiser. Now, a licensed residential appraiser still has to work supervised under one of the certified appraiser types. Same thing as an apprentice trainee. Now, once you're a residential appraiser, if you want to become a certified residential appraiser, you have to have an associate's degree or higher. Applicants without a degree can substitute at least 21 semester credits in English, economics, math, business, or law courses. And the student has to complete an additional 200 hours of approved appraisal classes and have 2,500 hours of experience in a period of not less than 24 months or 2 years. And then you can become a certified residential appraiser who can work on their own now. However, a certified residential appraiser can only appraise residential property under $1 million, unless they're working under the supervision of a certified general appraiser. So if they want to become a certified general appraiser, that's what they'll have to do, is work under a certified general appraiser. Because in order to become a certified general appraiser, you have to have a bachelor's degree or higher. This is some kind of arbitrary requirement that some politician put into place after the real estate market crashes. Now, let me ask you a question. What kind of degree? A degree in what? It doesn't say. It could be a degree in gender studies. How is that going to make you a better appraiser? It's not. You know, it's an arbitrary, ridiculous requirement. So an applicant without a degree can substitute 30 semester credits in courses mentioned previously, as well as 2 elective courses in accounting, geography, AG economics, business management, or real estate. In addition to taking another 300 hours of approved appraisal courses, and an apprenticeship of 3,000 hours of experience over a period of 2.5 years. And at least half of that time had to have been appraising non-residential properties under the supervision of a certified general appraiser. So unlike residential appraisers, though, certified general appraisers, they have no monetary cap on the types of properties they can appraise. They can appraise any type of property. And any value. So they can appraise commercial property as well as land. Can appraise commercial property and land. Okay, everybody got those highlights?
Got it.
Got it.
Got it.
So MAI is a member of the Appraiser Institute. And USPAP, USPAP, that's the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice that all appraisers have to take this 15-hour national appraisal course periodically. I'm not sure if it's every year, every couple of years, how often they need to take that. But let's highlight in the book USPAP and MAI. USPAP, that's on page 316. So let's go there first. Page 316. Let me see if I got a screenshot of this. Hold tight a second. I think I got a screenshot of it somewhere. Pull it up. Close some of these windows. I got to open in the browser too. These are windows. All right, I found some screenshots for this. That ain't it. All right, page 316. Let's highlight Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. Where you can see where you got to highlight that. Next to last bullet point. Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, USPAP, USPAP. Everybody got that?
Got it.
Got it.
All right, here's a sample of a blank appraisal form. They call it the Uniform Residential Appraisal Report that the appraiser would use on the next page. And on page 318, let's highlight MAI, member of the Appraiser Institute. MAI, member of the Appraiser Institute. What page I got that on? 318. Oh yeah. That's the third paragraph down on page 318, end of the first line. MAI, member of the Appraisal Institute. And then the next paragraph, you might as well also highlight a BPO. Should include a statement indicating the report should not be considered the equivalent of an appraisal by New Jersey licensed certified real estate appraiser. Well, neither should a CMA. You know, CMAs and BPOs. They're done by real estate agents, and neither one of them So actually before where it says BPO here on the left-hand side, write CMA and BPO should include a statement. Okay, so write CMA slash right before BPO. CMA slash, and then it says BPO. CMA slash BPO. There you go. So it should read like that. CMA slash BPO should include a statement indicating the report should not be considered an equivalent of an appraisal. The appraiser industry actually sued real estate agents because you get a lot of them out there claiming, or I don't know if they're just being lazy with their speech, or if they don't know the difference or what, but they're going out there saying, yeah, I can give you an appraisal for your property, tell you how much it's worth. No, you can't. You could give a CMA, which is a comparative market analysis, or a broker's price opinion, a BPO, to make that claim. But one thing you should never call it is an appraisal. And the reason being why? Why can't you call it an appraisal? Because you're not a licensed appraiser. Only a licensed appraiser can give an appraisal. That's why. All right, guys. So MAI USPAP, a good way for you guys to remember the difference between the two and what they are. By the way, you could go back to page 305. A good way that you could remember the difference between the two. You guys are going to be licensed real estate agents. And once you become a licensed salesperson, you're going to become a member of the Realtors Association, NAR, right? What NAR is to us, MAI is to appraisers. They become members of the Appraisal Institute. And when you become a realtor, member of NAR, you have to complete every 3 years the Realtors Code of Ethics training class. What the Realtors Code of Ethics training class is to us, USPAP, Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, is to appraisers. Make sense?
Yes.
So once again, the appraiser license steps are: you first become an apprentice trainee. Then you become a licensed residential appraiser. Then you graduate on to become a certified residential appraiser. In any case, all three of these can only appraise residential property under $1 million, unless they're working under the direct supervision of a certified general appraiser. Then and only then can they appraise commercial properties, because there are no monetary caps, and there's no an appraiser can appraise any type of property. So what kind of license is required to give an appraisal? You're thinking too hard.
Apprentice.
See, I just went over 4 license types with you. So you're automatically now trying to dissect which one. Did I give you enough information to figure out which one? I'm talking in general. So if I give you a question on an exam that says, what kind of license is required to do an appraisal? Your answer should be an appraiser's license. It's one of them simple, stupid gotcha questions. Got it? Now,
Got it.
if I were to ask you a question like, what kind of appraiser's license is required to appraise a commercial property or a residential property valued at $1.2 million? What do you say?
Certified general appraiser.
A certified general appraiser. Or if I tell you it's a mixed use property, combination residential and commercial, but 51% of it is residential. It really doesn't matter. Still got commercial there. So you need a certified general appraiser's license. All right. So those are the different types of appraiser licenses. That's a lot of training to go through, right? And a lot of classes, a lot of requirements and hoops to jump through. Whoever the politician was that added in all these college requirements, that's just that was just stupidity, so that somebody can try to make a claim that, well, I put a more stringent requirement in place to prevent this from happening again, our real estate markets from crashing and You know, they already blamed the realtors, they already blamed the banks. So now they're going to blame the appraisers. It's everybody's fault but the politicians always. You notice that? They'll never take action, responsibility for their own actions. So instead they'll just say, oh, it was the appraisers that were appraising property. Yeah, but they had supportable evidence to justify the values of what people were paying. So, you know, they have evidence. It's not like they were doing something wrong, but that's the insinuation there. Well, I put a more stringent requirement in place by requiring a better education to become an appraiser. Yeah, but a degree in gender studies isn't going to make you a better appraiser. So that's kind of stupid because they never specified what kind of degree, right? The only thing that politician, whoever that was, that put these requirements in place, you know what they managed to accomplish? They managed to accomplish making it harder to get an appraiser's license, limiting how many people are going to go to try to get an appraiser's license. And what do you think that's going to do to the value, to the cost of appraisals when there's not as many appraisers around?
It's going to increase the price.
It's simple, stupid things, right? I mean, common sense. Anybody can figure that out, right? Yes. So it's amazing politicians don't figure that out. Or maybe they just don't care. They just want to get the glory and the credit right now in the here and now. But you see how politics, I mean, I tell you, I hate politics. I talk about it because it's important to realize it affects everything, especially the real estate market. But look, it affects the appraiser licenses. So it's going to affect the cost of things. You know, they do things to us and they never take the blame for it. Now, market value is the price that a ready, willing, and able buyer who's not forced to buy will pay a seller who's not forced to sell. That's that's interesting. So market value is established by a price that a ready, willing, and able buyer, that's one who is not forced to buy, who will pay a seller who is not forced to sell. It's the most probable price that a property will bring. It's based on supportable evidence. Payment has to be made in cash or its equivalent, like a mortgage loan. It had to have had reasonable length of exposure to the open market. Both buyer and seller have to be acting without undue pressure, that they have to sell because they lost their job or they're relocating or got to get the kids in the new school system, and no undue pressure involved. Both parties must be well informed of the property's assets, defects, as well as its potential. Otherwise, how could you really establish a fair value? The valuation estimate has to be done by a real estate licensee or a licensed appraiser. And the market value assumes an arm's length transaction. Yep, another term we need to learn. Arm's length transaction is a transaction between parties who are relatively strangers to one another, meaning that they're not too close to each other. You're not selling the property to your brother or sister, right? What are the odds? Let's just say there's no family drama and you love each other, that if you're selling your house to your brother or sister, that you're going to give them a break on the deal. I said, assuming there's no drama.
Yeah.
So that would not be an arm's length transaction. So you would not be able to use that as a comparable when trying to establish the value of another property. Neither could an appraiser. So it is up to an appraiser to find out who the parties are and if there's any relationship between them. So an arm's length transaction is between people who are relatively strangers to each other, and each of them is trying to do the best for themselves. The buyer's trying to get it as cheap as possible. The seller's trying to get as much money out of it as possible. Now, what is not considered an arm's length transaction? Well, I just went over that with you. Brother sells a house to his sister. You can't use it as a comp because he's probably going to give her a break on the price. There's an outside, that relationship there affected the value, and it had nothing to do with the market, right? So there's outside factors that affected it. So you can't use that as a comparable when trying to price other homes, because it's not based on just the regular market conditions. So let's do these highlights under market value. Then you underline that arm's length transaction down there as well. Now, market value versus price. Well, market price is the selling price. It's what the parties actually paid for the property. In a perfect world, the market value and the market price will be one and the same. Everybody got all the highlights?
Yes.
All right, so cost relates to the past, price relates to the present, and value relates to the future. Let's turn to page 305. So the market value is an estimate based on the analysis of comparable sales. It's based on solid data, the evidence, the comparables that you're comparing it to that have recently sold, to calculate what the projected sales price, the current value, is. The market price, on the other hand, is the selling price. In a perfect world, market value and market price are one and the same. It's what the property actually ends up selling for. It's the selling price. And cost is the total fee to construct or make improvements. It has little to do with the current value. Nobody cares how much it cost you to install something. They care about how much it's worth now. And that's how they're going to base their price, that their offer that they're going to make right now. So buyers don't care how much it costs you to make an improvement. They care about its value now. And not all improvements will pay for themselves. We learned about that when we spoke about a pool. Remember the in-ground pool? You know, costing $25,000, $30,000. How much more does that make your property worth? Is it going to make it worth more? Yes. Is it going to make it worth $25,000 to $30,000 more if that's how much it costs you to put the pool in? No. So cost does not equal market value. It has little to do with it. A highest and best use is the most profitable current use of a property. An amenity, let's see, a highest or best use is the most profitable or current use, or a use that'll be most in demand in the reasonably near future. Got to throw that into. Now, an amenity is any tangible or intangible benefit asset to the property, like clean air, nice view, convenience features like pools, hot tubs, jacuzzis, heated floors, heated toilet seats, a bidet, high-end appliances or custom features. You guys know what a bidet is? They're popular in Europe and other countries.
No.
It's like another appliance in your bathroom. You kind of sit on it like a toilet, and it squirts water up to wash your bum after you go to the bathroom. You sit on the toilet, so you don't, you sit on the bidet and it squirts water up your bum to clean it, so you don't need to use as much toilet paper and such. That would have been a very handy thing for you in the hoarding and the great toilet paper shortage of 2020, right? I actually went out and I bought you could convert your toilet seats to a bidet that you could put an attachment on there, and it uses the water to spray up and give you a cleaning, you know. So if we ever see a toilet paper shortage again, you know, who knows? It's election season's coming, you know, so we're having that election infection coming back, I'm sure. They're trying to already get you to mask up already. The hoarders may be out again collecting the toilet paper. So if you're not stocked up, who knows? There may be a shortage on it again. So, but having one of these bidets, they actually do help you save a lot. You use a lot less toilet paper when you have one of those installed. So I guess it is better for the environment too, right? So if you're an environmentalist, there you go. Now, substitution is a value set by the cost of purchasing another similar substitute property. So basically, this theory says if you have two homes with the same location and attributes, the less expensive one sells first. No one's going to pay more if the same can be had for less, basically. Now let's write these on the side of the page 306, and then let's do all these highlights on page 306. Okay. Let me know when everybody's got all that. Just having you highlight the things that I already had on the previous slides there. What is the highest and best use? It's the most profitable use that a property can be adapted to, or a use that'll be most in demand in a reasonably near future. Amenity is any tangible or intangible benefit to the property, having a pool, hot tub, jacuzzi, nice views, etc. And substitution is the theory that states the maximum value of the property sets to be set by the cost of purchasing another. Not that you purchased it, but maybe someone else did, and they drove up the price on you because the only other properties remaining are higher priced. I'll show you an example of that in a moment. But let me know when you got all the highlights and notes.
Got it.
Got it.
So here's the theory of substitution. Which one of these properties would you buy first? Which one of these properties would you buy if they're exactly the same? Same size, style, all corner properties, location, amenity, condition. The only difference is price. Which one would you buy?
Number one,
And why is that?
because it's the cheapest.
So this is the theory of substitution. Now, what happens if somebody beats you to it? Which one would you buy then?
Number two.
All right, so this is the theory of substitution. The cost has been driven up by the purchasing of another property. It's not that you bought it, someone else did. And now someone beats you to number two. Obviously, the demand is there for properties, but now the availability of them is limiting. This one's probably going to sell for more than $310. Now we have a situation of supply and demand. So it started out with substitution, then it graduated on to supply and demand. Because this property now, we're probably going to sell for more than $310. It's the last one left, and the demand is obviously still there. So supply and demand is if the value of the property increases, if the supply decreases, and the demand increases or remains constant, and vice versa. Conformity tends to stabilize values better because the property's conforming to the neighborhood. That means that it fits in. It doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. Let me ask you a question. If you have a poor, rundown neighborhood and you build a mansion in the middle of it, will that mansion retain its value? You got a poor, rundown community, and somebody builds a mansion right in the middle of it. Would that mansion keep its value?
No.
No.
No. That was a dumb decision to build a mansion in the middle of a rundown, poor neighborhood. You're never going to get your money back come time to sell. It'll be difficult to find someone who's going to want to buy it. I actually had this situation one time, but it's not because somebody built the house there. That house was there before the neighborhood became poor and rundown. This was a mansion in Newark that I had for sale one time. It went for millions and millions of dollars. It took up almost a whole block in Newark. It had its own name or nickname to it anyway. We called it the Gray Stone Mansion. It was made out of gray stones, you know. Had its own incinerator, so you didn't have to throw out garbage. But you know, the EPA though said that you know, the incinerator cannot be used because, you know, they don't want you burning your own garbage. They want you to pay the city's tax dollars so that, you know, that they can do it. Anyway, that house definitely did not conform to the neighborhood, and it'd probably be worth a lot more if it did. Now, non-conforming structures don't maintain their value as well in neighborhoods. This is why condominium complexes usually don't want you, you know, modifying the exterior of your building. They don't want you changing your front door a bright red or something like that. They don't want to, they want everything to be conforming, all the units to look the same on the exterior, because that uniformity, that conforming look maintains the value better, rather than everybody trying to individualize their property and make it stick out like a sore thumb. Customize it to their expression and to them. Yeah, but it doesn't maintain value, you know, because some people got tacky taste too, right? Now, the theory of regression and progression. When something regresses, that means it drops back, right? It drops down. Let's see. Your house is beautiful. You maintain it very well. Kudos to you. But all the homes in your neighborhood are getting foreclosed on and boarded up. Is that going to affect your value of your property?
Yes.
You're suffering from regression. Your property is suffering from regression because the neighborhood is regressing. The same holds true for progression. When you're not doing anything to your house, maybe your house is falling apart and you don't care. You're not doing a damn thing to it. You don't maintain it very well. But all the homes around you are building McMansions around you. Is your home value going to go up?
Yes.
Why? It's falling apart. It does not matter. With regression and progression, with regression and progression, you can look at it this way. If you got a boat in the water, all ships rise with the tide and all ships fall with the tide, right? Tide comes in, all ships rise. Tide goes out, all ships fall. So regression and progression works on the same principle. You know, if everybody in the neighborhood is letting their property get run down or foreclosed or falling apart, even if you're maintaining yours, well, guess what? Your property's becoming a slum, so it's not going to maintain its value very good. Or if everybody's building up around you and maintaining their houses really good, but you're not, well, you're going to benefit from their hard work. And even though you didn't do nothing, because it's now in a good neighborhood and people are going to die to get in there, right? So you're going to benefit from progression. Now, when it comes to anticipation, did you guys hear what they're building down the block over here from me? Did you guys hear what they're building over here?
No.
That's anticipation. They're not building a damn thing. But me just saying that and bringing it up and piquing your interest a little bit, that's anticipation. And values can be affected by people's anticipation of something happening in their neighborhood. So it could be new industry moving in or out, or improvements that may be proposed, market changes. But that's basically gambling because it hasn't happened yet. You think that you're getting like an inside lead, you know, and you're going to act based on the anticipation of something that may happen. That is gambling, essentially. Look, a couple of years ago in Linden, the town I live in, you know, they were talking about building a NASCAR racetrack. Now, you may or may not be a fan of NASCAR. You don't need to be, but you should still be able to realize that any town, any municipality in the United States that has a NASCAR racetrack gets a huge economic boom to it. Property values go up around it. There's a demand for these properties to build stores and hotels and restaurants, which will do killing. They get booked out a year in advance before a race. The town does great sales with the shops and stuff from all those people coming to watch the races. They usually stay there for a week before the race even. They make a whole big deal about it. So in anticipation of that NASCAR racetrack getting built here in Linden, you had people buying up properties all around the area where that proposed NASCAR racetrack was going to be built. And a lot of that was marshland. It was wetland, you know, flood zones, basically. So previously people couldn't give the property away. Now they're tripping over each other trying to buy it. I even got in on the action. Well, I didn't go buy property, but I found out what they were going to name the racetrack through a public hearing. And I bought the domain name. Guess who the proud owner of libertyspeedway.com is? They were going to call it Liberty Speedway. So in anticipation of that happening, you know, people bought it up. So that NASCAR racetrack idea was something that actually happened in my area here. And look, Linden has a big history of NASCAR. Actually, one of the first NASCAR races, you know, you would think that would have happened somewhere in the South. It actually happened in Linden, New Jersey at the airport. Linden Airport. Linden's got a lot of history to it, actually. You know, Linden, right next to the airport, you got a company that makes the polymers that were on the first spacecraft. They protected the heat shields on the spacecraft. You know, on let's see, we have the airport, and across the street from the airport used to be General Motors. And during wartime, they retrofitted it and they turned it into a factory to make airplanes. You know, the fighter planes. And then there was actually a tunnel that goes under Route 1 and 9 under the highway from the General Motors to the airport. And then they would fly those planes from the airport onto their destinations of wherever they needed to go. Little factoids there. But the airport itself, look at this, actually served in 1949 to 1954 as a road race track. Here's Al Keller, 1954. Look at the price. Look at that expensive race ticket. 50 cents. So here's Linden Airport. Still looks like this today with the runways and all, but the cars ran around the racetrack like this. Linden Airport still kind of looks like that, minus the grandstands, because this is all shopping center now.
It's still on the anticipation slide.
Oh, sorry. Got the speedway here. Some old photos. Look at this. The ticket was 50 cents. Here was the racetrack diagram. Here's all the different racers and what place that they came in. July 9th, 1950 something, 1950. They had stock car races here. Look at Linden Airport still looks like that today. Like I said, minus that grandstand. Look at them race cars. Look like old jalopies now, right? Here's the winner. So it does have some history to it. You know, here's Linden Airport today. Still looks the same. Got that same runways going across. And if you look at these, the plans here, what they were going to do is they were going to make an exit right off the turnpike. If you look at Wood Avenue in Linden and you take it all the way down to the end, it takes you to towards the refineries and into an industrial area. If you were to keep driving past where the roadway ends, it'll take you into marshland, and then on the other side of that is the turnpike. So they were going to actually build an exit off the turnpike right onto Wood Avenue. And that's the area where they were going to build the racetrack. Uh-oh, did they do away? Hello, hello, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I don't know what happened there. Zoom took a dive. Okay, so did you guys get knocked off at all or no?
No.
No, you're always on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it happens to me sometimes.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened. Zoom just I don't know if it crashed or what, because I seen a Zoom window still open there, but nothing was going on. And then it just started up on its own and started recording the class again. I didn't even press the record button. That's weird. All right. Trying to share the windows again. All right. So anyway, we were talking about these the racetrack there, the Liberty Speedway NASCAR racetrack was proposed with a 400,000 square foot entertainment center, 100,000 seat grandstand, expandable to 140,000 seats. You had that 0.92 mile speedway in accordance to NASCAR rules. And you had a lot of celebrities and actors and political pundits on the news programs like James Carville, Democrat strategist James Carville, Mario Andretti, Paul Newman when he was still alive. All these people were part of this project to try to get this racetrack built here in Linden. And former politician Sal Kind got it approved on a 140-acre site off the Arthur Kill, the old GAF property down in Tremley Point section of Linden. It was a $401 million proposal. The Linden City Council agreed to it, but it never got built. You know why? They never got the approval from NASCAR to do one race. And a racetrack without a NASCAR race there is not a NASCAR racetrack. It is simply a racetrack. And we don't need just another racetrack around here. So that wouldn't have done any good to the local economy, wouldn't have done an economic boom. So therefore, they scrapped the project. Maybe again sometime in the future, but not right now. So we went over this. Anticipation. That was all about the anticipation. And okay, now let's talk about the theories of increasing and diminishing returns. If you have a kitchen in need of remodeling, you'll get all your money back up to a certain point on that improvement. But if you start going extreme with your kitchen makeover, you're not going to get all that money back. One example I give is not everybody needs a 100-bottle wine cooler in their kitchen. I know I've had a couple ladies argue with me in the class about that one. But you get the idea. You know, you start going extreme with your kitchen makeovers, you know, it could, the costs could needlessly get run up. So up to a certain point of improvement, you'll get all your money back. But beyond, when you start going extreme with the makeover, your return starts diminishing. Contribution. If and how putting money back into the property could increase the value. And not everybody would put that money back in the same way. So that improvement that you do, if you put money back into it, could affect how the value gets increased, right? And absence of any improvements could decrease the value. Competition. Remember, we're also talking about commercial properties, not just residential. So if you have an area that is in desperate need, there's no place to eat during lunchtime, but there's a lot of businesses in the area. This is a good opportunity for somebody to open up an eatery, right? You'd make a killing during the lunch hour. And you did that, and you're starting to get these excellent profits. The only problem is that'll attract competition when they see that. And excess profits can attract ruinous competition. So pretty soon, you know, you put in a McDonald's, what moves in next door? Burger King, right? I mean, then you're going to get a Taco Bell and a Five Guys, a pizza, some Domino's or Pizza Hut or something. You know, you're going to start getting all these different places that are coming in, trying to get their piece of the pie, you know? So that's competition. And then change. Change is another theory that they need to take into consideration because nothing remains constant, right? It could be changing the local market conditions for various reasons. Change in the job market, change in the local politics. That could make a major decision of big changes to your community. Just look at what's happening in places like New York City right now. You know, they don't chase after and prosecute criminals, so crime is going through the roof. You know, whatever excuse or reason they're using to justify it, it's nonsense. And you know, the people who live in the area realize this, even if they agree with the political reasonings behind it, some kind of social movement. I don't know. You know, they're you know, it was anti-police, you know, it was, we're going to let criminals out if they're of a certain demographic to make up for past wrongs in the past, because these people never had a chance. So they're giving them excuses for their criminal behavior, you know. Either way, when you start getting celebrities that get punched in the face out in the street in front of their houses in New York City, people getting carjacked and killed by teenagers and nothing, and then they're let out and they're walking around the next day. That kind of levels of crime is not the best of environment to raise your family in, is it? So you're getting people that are moving out of, they're getting out of Dodge, so to speak. They're moving out of town. You know, look, even commercial businesses are doing horrible and they're shutting down. You know, there's only so much you could do when you get continuous robberies and the towns are not even prosecuting it, you know? So is that going to affect the values of these properties when nobody wants to live there? Yeah. I mean, eventually they'll probably go back up when stuff dies down. There's new leadership and maybe they start enforcing laws again and things start changing, but that's not going to happen for a while in New York City. So New York City real estate, a lot of it is vacant right now, and people are still moving out. Businesses, people are moving out, you know, so it is affecting the values of the property. But yet their taxes keep going up, so they're still trying to collect high rents. All right, so but improvements that get done to an area, any contamination, these types of things can all affect the value of the property. Local industries moving in or out. If the property is now in a flood zone, the changing weather conditions or patterns for the area could affect it. Let's say that they're for the negative, that the area is becoming more flood prone now, or maybe an area that was previously underwater no longer is. You know, all these kinds of changes could affect values of property. If something was previously not zoned in a flood zone and now it is, well, now you got to have flood insurance. Well, that could affect desirability, number one, of the property. Number two, it will affect its value. It's another expense that the property owner would have to have. So these are all factors that need to be taken into consideration. So let's go over the three approaches to value. We have the sales comparison approach, which we use a CMA, BPO, or a licensed appraiser to give an estimate or opinion of value in order to determine using the sales comparison approach. We have the cost approach and the income approach. So let's highlight those three approaches to value, because you may get a question simply needing to know what are the three approaches to value. The sales comparison approach, the cost approach, and the income approach to value. Those are the three approaches to value. Now, the sales comparison approach is the approach that is most often used by like real estate licensees, the salespersons and brokers. So let's highlight that as well. This approach is most often used by brokers and salespeople. Now, using this approach, you're going to look up comparable properties. You need to have at least 3 comparable properties, which are same architectural style. And then you're going to make adjustments for all the differences. Size, style, location, amenity, condition. Now you're looking for homes to compare it to that are similar in those regards and make adjustments for the differences. And these properties had to have sold recently. If they sold a while ago, well, then you're going to have to make some more complicated calculations and make adjustments for market change over time as well. It is possible to do, it just makes it more complicated. So when looking up comps to determine the value of a property, you really shouldn't look up sales that occurred more than 3 months ago. But if you do go 6 months, a year, or even more, you know, you have to make adjustments for the market change, because there was a different market then. So you can look up how to value properties the best and how to do these CMAs by taking that CMA workshop. I think one is coming up, guys, for you to check out. It's best for residential property valuation. It compares a subject property to similar comparables, which we call comps for short. They're similar, once again, in size, style, location, amenity, and condition that have recently sold. Compare it to the subject property to try to determine what its value is by comparing it to homes that have recently sold that are similar to it and making adjustments for the differences, because it's hard to find a comp that's exactly the same. Make sure at least that they're in the same town, though. If you got a property that's on the border of another town, you got to use comps that are in the same municipality. So we're going to make adjustments in the sales price of the comps for the differences. We're going to adjust for time. So if it's sold 3 months, 6 months, a year or more, you got to make adjustments for that time. Location relatively should be the same, definitely in the same municipality, and try to keep it in the same neighborhood even. The physical features and conditions should be similar. If not, make adjustments. And the terms of the conditions of the property sale, they should be known as well. Now, if the subject property is missing a feature or is not as in good condition than the comparables, you're going to subtract from the value of the comparable to pretend that it was at the same condition as the subject property, and how much would it have sold then? And the opposite is true. If the subject property has a feature that is better condition than a comparable, you're going to add to the value of the comparable to try to bring it to the same level. Here, let me give you an example. So you got a chart similar to this on page 309 in the book. So this is how you learn to value properties properly. Let's just say we got the subject property is a Cape Cod style property. This is the subject property is the one, it's the subject of our conversation. It's the one we're trying to determine the value for. And to determine the value, we got to look at homes that have recently sold. So here we have comp 1, 2, and 3. These are properties that have recently sold in the area. They're all Cape Cod style homes, so we got a good start there. We don't have to make adjustments for the differences in style. We're going to make adjustments for other factors that may not be exactly the same. We're not in this chart, we're not even looking at the condition. We're just looking at the features and making adjustments for the changes in features. But there are a lot of different other adjustments that can be made that appraisers usually do. And if you want to get your valuation on point, you should probably do the same things and take that class. Otherwise, learn from your broker, but they're not going to teach you as good as an appraiser would how to value a property. So we're looking at the number of bedrooms. The subject property has 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and 1 car garage. So these are the only adjustments that we're going to make for this example here. Comparable property 1 is a Cape Cod as well, has 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and no garage. So we're going to have to determine the value of a half a garage, because this one, or half a bath, because this one has 2.5 baths, and this property that sold only had 2. So we're going to try to find out how much a half bath is worth. How would you know that? Well, you take a class like this or through experience. In this example, I'm going to tell you that a half bath is worth $2,500. So just basing it off of that, we're going to add a half bath in to try to bring it up and pretend that this property that's sold, if it's sold, we know it's sold for $300,000. But if the only difference was a half bathroom, and a half bath cost $2,500, then this property would have sold for $2,500. Okay, so we make the adjustments, and then we add them up. So a garage space is equal to $10,000 per space. This has no garage, so we're going to add 10,000. This had only 3 bedrooms. This one had 4, so we're going to pretend it had 4 bedrooms. So each bedroom is 5,000. So now we add up all the differences, comes up to $17,500. It's sold for $300,000. So now its adjusted value is $317,500 that it should have sold for if it had the exact same features as the subject property. All right. Now, you don't just pull up one comp and do that. You got to do it to at least 3 when trying to determine the value of a property. So comparable property number 2, we know it sold for $315,000. It had 4 bedrooms, so did the subject property. It had 2 bathrooms, subject property had 2.5. So we got to add the value of a half bath in there. It had 1 garage, so did that. So the only difference was a half bath. So we're adding $2,500 to the $315. That makes it $317,500. We're getting a pretty good picture about the price range, pretty close of where it should be priced, right? Comparable 3 property sold for $320,000. It had 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and a 2-car garage, where the subject property only had a 1-car garage. Now, this gets a little bit tricky and could be a little bit wrong because it says that each garage space is $10,000. Yeah, but if you already have a garage and you're just making it bigger, it wouldn't be the same cost of building a garage where there wasn't one. So this, for additional spots, for the initial garage, it should be $10,000. But for additional spots, it should be maybe a little bit less the adjustment. But for our example, we'll just go with the $10,000, okay, per spot. So we're going to subtract the value of one spot being $10,000 from its sale price of $320, and that brings it down to $310. Even though that adjustment should be slightly less than this, but if it was slightly less than that, it would put us closer to this range, right? So, but now we have a tighter price range we could give the property owner, that their property should sell between $310 and $317,500. More likely closer to $317,500. Okay. And that's how we do the adjustments to try to determine the value of the property. What you need to know for exams, though, is how to know when are you going to add to and when are you subtracting from a property's value. When are you adding and when are you subtracting from a property's value? Yeah, let me show you. I'm going to make it a little bit easier. I made these things up. Subject property, comparable property. So this is the idea. If the subject property, the one we're trying to determine the value for, has 4 bedrooms, and the comparable property has 3 bedrooms. What do we got to do to bring it to the same level as the subject property? We figure out that a bedroom is worth $5,000. Are we going to add or subtract from the comparables value to bring it to the same level as the subject property?
You're going to add.
And that brings it up to the same level. Now, what if the comparable property had an extra bedroom? It had 5 bedrooms.
Subtract.
Then you subtract from its value to bring it to the same level. So you can do the same thing with your hands too. Like if you're given this question on exam and they tell you about the differences, are you going to add or subtract this from the value to figure out how much this home should have sold for? Well, you're going to do this. Subject property, comparable property. Comparable property has 3 bedrooms. We're going to have to add to its value to bring it to the same level. If it had something extra or was in better condition than the subject property, we're going to have to figure out the price of that difference and subtract to bring it down to the same level. That's the idea. We're trying to pretend that these homes were exactly the same when you to determine the value of the property. Whether it's you're determining condition or a feature, you know, If the subject property has something and the comparable property does not, then it's lower, and you need to figure out what the value of that is and bring it up to the same level. If the comparable property has a feature, subject property does not, we're gonna have to figure out the value of that and then subtract it to bring it down to the same level to figure out how much this home should sell for. And that's how we did that. That's how the comparative market analysis basically works. It's not rocket science, but there is a lot involved in it when you really get into these classes. Hold on one second for me. All right, so I take these CMA workshops with this Ottawa group from time to time. I try to take them every year if I can, even though I know how to price homes. But they give you this adjustment guide as part of the class. They give you the slideshows, they give you the adjustment guides and templates to try to figure out how do you do the adjustments for the pricing. Trying to open one up just to show you briefly and then tell you, take their class. You know, it's a good class. I have nothing to do with these people, but it's a good class. So I would suggest it. So how do you know how much a half bath is worth or a full bath or, you know, all that? Well, you know, appraisers usually don't value properties based on the number of bathrooms or bedrooms, but they do list them, or by the number of bedrooms anyway. Numbers of bathrooms is a little bit different, but they do list them on their appraisal reports. But usually they base it off of square footage of the house. Bathrooms are a little bit different. See, full bath or a half bath in a house in a price range up to $250,000. We'll add $3,000 or $6,000 for a full bath, or they give you the percentage. You could just use that percentage based on whatever the value of that property is to determine how much more it'll make the house worth. Now, having a full bathroom installed or a half bathroom installed may cost you more than this amount here. So you're not going to get all your money back on these things. What if the difference is the age of the house? One house is significantly older than the other one. Well, they give you a formula here to figure out what how to calculate the difference based on age of the house. Sales price times 60% times 0.005 times the effective age difference. This is a formula that appraisers use. Conditions or decor for adjustments or repairs and things like that. They give you formulas on how to figure this out. What if you're comparing your property to a house that's on a busy road? Does a busy road make your house worth more or less? It makes it worth less. How much less? Well, house up to $250,000, that'd be $5,000 less, or 2%. And they got different price ranges here to value. And what do they base these price ranges off of? Where do they get these numbers from? Are they pulling them from thin air? No, they're basing them just off of every sale in the state in the last year. A lot better than pulling 3 random comps and making adjustments, huh? But how do you make the adjustments anyway, even when you pull those 3 comps? How are you making adjustments for the price differences, for the half bath and all that? Just making up a number? Often that's what real estate agents do. But if you want to be a good agent and price your properties better, you get this adjustment guide or one like it. You take the class and you learn how to properly price homes. What about solar panels? Anybody know, does solar panels make your house worth more or less? It's not on this chart, so don't look. Anybody know? Solar panels make your home worth more or less, or no difference?
More.
Okay. And why do you say it makes your home worth more?
Because people will save money on electricity.
Okay, because people save money on electricity. That's a very utopic view. People save money on electricity. What if they don't own the solar panels? Are they going to save just as much money on electricity? What if the solar panels make the house look ugly? Would you pay more for a house that had some ugly solar panels on the roof?
No.
See, so even environmentalists that are all for, getting energy saving, renewable energy, a lot of them, you got to look at how they put their money where their mouth is. Until everybody starts willing to pay more for a house because it has solar panels, and overlook the ugly looks of maybe some ugly solar panels, it's not going to make your house worth any more. You got to look at what people are spending their money on. Are they willing to spend their money on a house that has ugly solar panels on them? If not, it's usually the case not, then then they don't make your house worth anymore. So there's a couple factors that play into it. So my answer actually is a little bit of a trick question there. And the correct answer is it depends. Now, what does it depend on? I'm trying to find us in their slideshow that they sent me here. This is part of the presentation from the class. There we go. Special energy systems. See, sometimes solar panels can be ugly. That's ugly, right? If they're on the front of the house and they're unsightly, you actually, it does not make your house worth any more. If there's some of the modern solar panels, they're more expensive kind that are made to look like shingles or made to look like part of your roof, they blend in, then yeah, it could make your house worth more if you own them. And depending on the age of them and how much energy they produce. So specialty energy systems like solar panels, in order to figure out how much more they make the house worth, you got to look at the annual energy cost for the comparable homes, the annual energy cost for the subject property. You take the energy savings amount, figure out what the monthly savings amount is, multiply it by a factor of 80, and that's how much more it'll make your house worth. I'm sure the solar panels cost way more than that. It's not a feature that pays back 100%. Now check this out. Adjustments should be reduced or entirely eliminated if the solar panels are unsightly, they're ugly, they reduce the curb appeal, or are more than 7 years old, or are leased rather than owned. So it won't make a lick of difference in the price if they're ugly, reduce curb appeal, or you don't own them. Most people who got the solar panels on the roof, they didn't buy them. They don't own them. And if they're more than 7 years old, because the technology is not there and they may not be operating as efficiently anymore. Like, look at these ones. These ones, you don't even notice them on this last property down the bottom here. You don't even notice them because they blend into the roof. They're made to look like the shingles. That means mo money, mo expensive. You'll never get that money back, but it'll make your house worth more because it generates the energy. Okay, but you're not getting all the money back that you paid for them solar panels on. But on the bright side, maybe if you have them long enough and they don't die on you, you'll get the money back in savings in electric bills, right? As long as they keep driving up the cost of energy, driving up the cost of oil, then it may make them seem more affordable. Why are they driving up costs of things, trying to promote a different type of energy? It's craziness. Because these things, you know how they make solar panels? The technology, the products, the materials used to make them, a lot of them are based on oil products. Where do you think plastic comes from? Right? A lot of the electronic components, oil-based. So, what about if you got an in-ground pool? Remember we talked about that? In-ground pool makes your house worth more. On a $250,000 house, only $8,000 more. Probably cost you more than that to put that in-ground pool in, right? But obviously that same in-ground pool in a house in the 400 up to 400,000, 750, 1.2 million, and 2.5 million and above, they're probably going to be much nicer pools. So that same pool will increase the value on a $2.5 million home by $64,000. But then again, the pool on a $2.5 million home may be much nicer and may have cost more than $64,000 to install. So you got to take them adjustment guides into consideration. How are you gonna make the adjustments? Where do you get the value for those? Take a class. Excuse me. Take a class or experience. All right, so cost relates to the past, price relates to the present, and value relates to the future once again. So how the owner sees their home value when selling. The appraiser looks at it like this, the real estate agent like this, and the seller thinks they got this. Now, come tax time, it's a different story. The seller tries to get their house like look at it like this when it comes time to paying taxes and basing the value of the property based for tax purposes. But when it comes time to sell their house, they're like, I got the mansion. Now, what's the only one that matters when selling your property? Out of these three anyway. The seller, the real estate agent, or the appraiser's valuation?
The appraiser.
It's the appraisers. Because anybody who's going to buy the house, unless they're buying all cash, they're going to need to get a loan. And an appraiser is going to need to say and back up the value of that property is worth it to serve as collateral. Otherwise, no lender will lend you more money than an appraiser says the home is worth. They're not going to lend you all that money anyway, because most will not lend you 100% financing. They still require you to have some of your own money, so you got to get a buyer that's puts their own money down as well, and so they're putting down less than even what the appraiser says the home is worth. So let's look at the cost approach to value, which is based on the theory of substitution. We will never do this in real life, but we need to know this for exam, and often there is an exam question based on this, or a couple of them, actually. So the cost approach to value is based on the theory of substitution. So it's also referred to as the appraisal by summation because you're adding some things up, you're summing things up. The cost approach to values is used to value special purpose, unique or one of a kind or public properties that may not have comparables or generate income in the normal fashion. Like, how would you value a school or a church that went up for sale? There's not many churches that recently sold in the neighborhood to use as comparables, are there? So how would you value such properties like a school, a church, a library, or even if City Hall came up for sale? Don't laugh. City Hall did come up for sale once before in Rahway. And I know it's happened in other towns too, where they relocated City Hall and they sold the property, but they needed to, how do you value City Hall? So this approach most often is used by appraisers and not by salespersons due to the knowledge that's required in order to do these valuation. So how does an appraiser value a property using the cost approach to value? Well, first they estimate the value of that land. Now let's look at the example of a church. If a church came up for sale, how would you price a church? Well, you got to first estimate the value of the land without any of its site improvements. Estimate the value of that land in this neighborhood today put to its highest and best use. What is the highest and best use? The value that's most in demand, or the most valuable use, or the use that'll be most in demand in the reasonably near future. That's the highest and best use. So how much would it cost to buy the land that that church is sitting on in this neighborhood today if that land was put to its highest and best use? Then they estimate the cost to construct all the site improvements using replacement or reproduction cost approaches to value. Let me close out a couple windows here in my background and make a notation on this slide. All right. So the cost approach, if we look at page 309, the cost approach is most helpful in appraisal of special purpose buildings like schools, church, and other public buildings. Let's do those highlights. So the cost approach, if we turn to page 310, the cost approach to value is based on the principle of substitution. The cost approach is sometimes called the appraisal by summation. And the cost approach consists of 5 steps. And these are the 5 steps below. Just highlight the numbers in those steps. And like I said, we're back here again. Um, and so we have the reproduction costs is an exact duplicate of the subject at the building at the current prices. Or they could do replacement costs. So when we're at this last step here, they estimate the current cost to construct the site improvements using replacement or reproduction cost approaches. Now, there are two approaches. There are replacement and reproduction costs. So reproduction cost would be to make an exact duplicate of that building that's currently sitting there at today's current prices. Replacement cost would be a cost to construct that building at that's not necessarily an exact duplicate, but to make another building that would serve the same purpose. Now, appraisers need to determine which approach to use. And on page 310, here's where we have that reproduction cost and replacement costs. And on page 311 is where they determine which approach to use. Not page 310, but 311 is where they determine how they determine which approach to use. We don't need to concern ourselves with that. We just need to know reproduction cost is the dollar amount required to construct an exact duplicate replacement cost of the subject property would be the construction cost at current prices for a building that's not necessarily an exact duplicate. Let me know when you got those highlights.
Got it.
I got it.
So the cost approach, once again, we're picking up here. It's an then they need to estimate the accrued depreciation of the improvement. Okay, estimate the accrued depreciation of the improvement. You know, we're going to back up in these slides just a little bit. So I'm going to take these at every step. So we got the first, all 5 steps there. Then we're going to go to change the slide. Ooh. Then we're at the cost reproduction. Now we're back here again. Okay. So we then have to deduct estimate the accrued depreciation for the property now. What is depreciation? Depreciation is a loss of value due to any cause or any condition. A loss of value due to any cause or any condition is depreciation. And so here are the three forms of depreciation. This is on page 311, depreciation now. Depreciation is a loss of value due to an improvement. Because as a general rule of thumb, land does not depreciate. Only the improvement on the land can depreciate if you let the building rot, fall apart, etc., age, time, you know. So as a general rule, land does not depreciate. Depreciation can be curable or incurable. We have physical depreciation, physical deterioration. This can occur, or this can be cured with repairs. Then we have functional obsolescence. If something is functionally obsolete, what does that mean? Anybody know what obsolete, what does the word functional mean? If something's functioning, what does that mean?
That it's working.
That it's working. Listen, you know, I'm not just playing stupid here. I'm just trying to get you guys to use my thought process on how I try to and how you should try to attack these terms when you see them on exams, to remember them instead of just studying the terms and the definitions. Let's just look at the word for a minute. The term, functional obsolescence. If something is functional, that means that it works. If it's obsolete, what does that mean?
Outdated?
It's outdated. Something that's obsolete is outdated, right? Look, your phone gets old, it's obsolete technology. You get rid of it, you get a new one, right? But what if it still works? Do you have to get rid of it?
No.
So it's functionally obsolete. It works, but it's outdated by today's standards, right? Just look at your old cell phone. It's functionally obsolete. It functions, but it's outdated. Is this curable? Well, there's nothing wrong with the property other than its features considered to be outdated and undesirable by today's standards. It's functional, but obsolete. It is curable. You could always do updates or additions. Unfortunately, not with your cell phone, but if you had a computer, maybe you could upgrade the processor and such, right? Add more memory, make it newer, right? But when we're talking about real estate, if something is functional but obsolete, that means it's outdated by today's standards. Here, let me give you an example of functional obsolescence. If we have a 5-bedroom, 1-bathroom house, is there anything wrong with that? 5 bedrooms and 1 bathroom.
Not enough bathrooms.
Not enough bathrooms. You know, at some point in time in history, oh, you're spoiled, you're privileged. You know, at one time in history, you had to go outside to an outhouse to go to the bathroom. You should be happy you have indoor plumbing. Well, by today's standards, though, it's only 1 bathroom, you know? So it is functional. And look, that 1 bathroom, it could have just been updated. It's super modern. It's beautiful. It's a big bathroom. It's a gorgeous bathroom. It's just all updated, super modern. But it's still just 1 bathroom. So by today's standards, if you got 5 bedrooms and only 1 bathroom, you're going to have a traffic jam there when people got to go get ready for work in the morning, right? Or somebody got to go to the bathroom and it's occupied, you know. So can this be cured? Sure, you could add another bathroom to the house. Now, external obsolescence, also known as economic or locational obsolescence. Okay, let's just examine the term external obsolescence. If something is external, what does that mean?
Outside.
Outside. When we say outside, we're not saying outside the building, we're saying outside the property. So there's something not on the property that's outside the property that's causing it to be outdated or not desirable by today's standards for some reason. So these are items not on the subject property. They're external to the site. However, they do have an effect on the property's value and desirability. This type of obsolescence is almost always incurable. And the reason being is you have no control over factors that are happening on someone else's property or the local economy. The local economy, that's not on your property. You have no control over the local economy. Can that outside factor affect the value and desirability of your property? If all the business and industry moved out of town, what is that going to do for the housing there in that town? We have ghost towns in the United States, population 0, where everybody moved out of town because all the business and all the industry moved out. Just go out west and look at there used to be thriving towns when they were back gold mining, right? In the gold rush days. The gold dried up, town shut down, no reason for anybody to be there no more. Population 0, nobody lives in town anymore. Look, you got towns like Detroit, Michigan, for crying out loud. Used to have the big 3 automakers there, you know. Until politicians made decisions that local politicians, federal politicians that affect taxes, that affected labor and unions and all kinds of other red tape and regulations that were put into place that made it cheaper for these businesses to just move out of the country altogether. It wasn't worth it for them to make these American cars in America anymore, or the United States of America anymore. They went down south, across the border to Mexico. You know, look at the inside label on your American-made cars. They say "Made in Mexico." A lot of them, you know, or assembled in Mexico. This is various reasons that cause them to move out. So in Detroit, Michigan, a thriving, booming town, you saw entire neighborhoods that have abandoned, vacant homes. A lot of them were taken over by drug dealers and gang members and such like that. And, you know, these used to be residential neighborhoods. You know, there were some changes. Another politician came into office, negotiated with those manufacturers, told them that they'd give them tax breaks if they agreed to move back in, lessen the red tape a little bit. And some of them started moving back to the United States. Some of these neighborhoods in places like Detroit, where now they're starting to clean them up, get rid of some of the gang members. They're no longer abandoned houses. They have the need for the housing again, you know? What's going on there now? Because another president's in office, they changed things around again. The local, it's not just the president. Well, the president negotiated that, but there was also changes at the local level. The local politics are fighting against it because the political parties fight against each other, and they put all kinds of red tape in it. So these car manufacturers, though, they spent millions of dollars to move their facilities back. You know, so they started making them, but they didn't give up their facilities south of the border in case they need to make a quick exit again, you know. So is what it is, but these are the things that do affect the local communities, you know, job markets. Happened here in Linden. We used to have General Motors. General Motors shut down. Property values in the immediate area went down. Not a lot of people had a demand for it. It was the people that were working in the factory that lived around the area. Things like this happen. So depreciation, let's do these highlights. Refers to a loss of value due to any cause or condition that adversely affects the value of an improvement to real property. And as a general rule, land does not depreciate. You should probably underline the word improvement there too. And as a general rule, land does not depreciate. And physical deterioration is curable. You know, you can replace some rotting wood, generally speaking. Functional obsolescence, you need to know. This refers to physical or design features that are no longer considered desirable by property owners, and it may be curable. I know they show an example of some incurable, but for exams, functional obsolescence is generally curable. And then we have external obsolescence, also known as economic or locational obsolescence, is caused by factors not on the subject property. So this type of obsolescence is almost always incurable. And underline incurable. Oh, sorry. Did everybody get all that?
Got it.
Got it.
All right, so those are the types of depreciation. So then they have to deduct the accrued depreciation from the estimated cost of the new building, not the land, because land does not depreciate, not unless it's in extreme circumstances like it's got contaminated soil or something, but even then. So then you add the value that you add back in the estimated land value to the depreciated building value. Land value does not depreciate other than in extreme circumstances like contamination. And that's the appraisal by summation, or the cost approach to value. And then we have the income approach to value. The income approach to value, let's turn the page and make these highlights on page 312. So you're highlighting estimating the rate of return. Return is called the capitalization or cap rate. And then here I'm showing you the T formula. You may want to write that there in the margin. The T formula. And what numbers we need to put in here for calculating the income approach, the cap rates using the T formula. We got to take the GOI, that's gross operating income, minus the GOE, the gross operating expenses, the annual gross operating income minus the annual gross operating expenses to get the net annual operating income. And the NOI, the annual NOI goes up top, the property value goes on one side, and the cap rate goes on the other. Capitalization or cap rate is the rate of return of an investor's money to invest in that property. So let's make these notes on the side here. When I say top number goes in first, we're talking about it goes into the calculator first when you're punching the numbers in. So you draw that T. And the number that's on top is going to be the annual NOI. Net operating income. So if you got one of these numbers missing, you need to have two of these three numbers to figure out the missing component. Let me know when you guys got all of that.
Got it.
Anybody still working on it? Everybody got it?
I got it.
I got it.
Okay. So the income approach to value is based on the present worth of future rights to income. It's used for valuation of any property that generates income. Apartment buildings, office buildings, shopping centers, multifamily, etc. Using two common approaches, either cap rates or GRM, which is short for gross rent multiplier. So cap rate is short for capitalization rate. It's a measurement that determines the rate of return of an investor's money. How much money are they going to get back for the money they're investing into this investment? The gross rent multiplier, GRM, compares two income producing properties that determine the value when the financial information isn't readily available. We could compare these two properties when we have all that information for one of them. So we can make an educated guess to come up with a price range using the info from the property we have all the info for. There's also a little bit of a spin on that. The GIM, gross income multiplier, which also adds in, let me back. Okay. Let me add that actually to this slide. You also have the GIM, which is the gross income multiplier. And this is basically the GRM plus factoring in income, from non-real estate right? So the GIM is basically the GRM plus factoring in income from non-real estate income producing things like a concession stand. We're not going to really go over GIM at all. We're gonna stick to the GRM on there. Well, it looks like this is always going to show, and I just screwed up the slide by doing this. So we got to put an animation in there for this one too. All right. Let's see if we fixed it. Did we fix it? No, we did not. Gross income. Still not fixed. Okay. I think we got it now. I hope. But based on the future rights to income. Let's see. once again, we got to minimize this. Sorry. Now we should have it. Yes. We got the income approach to value based on the present rights, the present worth of future rights to income used for valuing any property that generates income. Apartment buildings, office buildings, shopping centers, multifamily, using two common approaches, the cap rates or GRM. The GIM, we're not really going to go over. So, but I have that definition on this slide as well. So cap rates, short for capitalization rate, is a measurement that determines the rate of return on an investor's money. The gross rent multiplier compares income producing properties to determine the value when the financial information isn't readily available for one of them. We can make an educated guess to come up with a price range using info from one property we have all the info for. And then we have the GIM, the gross income multiplier, is the GRM plus factoring income from non-real estate producing things like concession stand. All right. So cap rates, this slide tells you about the cap rates. The cap rates, to use the T formula to figure out a cap rate. Now, the T formula can be used to figure out your commissions. It could be used for figuring out tax stuff. It could be used for figuring out cap rates. The gross rent multiplier uses the reverse T formula, which this reverse T formula, what's being reversed is the property value is no longer on the bottom, it goes to the top of the T. And then on the bottom, it uses the gross monthly income. You don't need to know the expenses or calculate the annual NOI. And then the number on the other side is not a percentage or a rate like it is with the T formula. It's a fixed number, which is a multiplier. It's not a percentage or a rate. And a multiplier is simply a number that's used to compare two things. The number itself is insignificant. There's no such thing as a good multiplier or a bad multiplier. So, didn't we just do this? Okay. So the income approach to value uses one of the following two methods, the cap rates, and they use the T formula. You figure out the cap rate using a T formula. And you need to have any two of the three items in that T formula to figure out the missing component. The annual NOI, the value of the property, and cap rates. And you wrote that on the side of the page there when you wrote the T formula, right? Now, the GOI is the gross operating income. This is the annual income before expenses. Then you have the gross operating expenses, not counting in the mortgage. You do not count the financing, the mortgage payment, as an expense when calculating the cap rates, because the mortgage is going to be different. The mortgage payment is going to be different for one person versus the next owner. So that number would not be accurate. So we have to calculate it not using that financing. You guys understand the reasoning why?
No.
So the current owner of the property, they may own the property outright and may not have a mortgage loan on the property anymore. Or maybe they bought it years ago for much cheaper. So if you calculate their expense for their mortgage payment, it's going to be much different than the mortgage payment expense for the new owner who's going to be paying a lot more for the property. So the figure is going to be inaccurate. So when calculating expenses, you do not factor in the financing of the loan payments, the mortgage, because that's going to be different for everybody. Now, if you're the owner of the property and you want to find out what your true cap rate is for you, that you're not going to be sharing with other people because you're trying to sell the property and show them how much they could make, because this number is going to be exclusive to you, so you could find out what your true return on investment is. Then you can calculate the cap rate, and you could calculate your into the cap rate your mortgage payment. But for other people, you would not do that because that number would be different. And you use this, you subtract the expenses from the income to get the net. And that's all we're doing, but we're doing it on an annual basis. Net, the annual gross operating income minus the annual expenses equals the annual net operating income. The gross rent multiplier, we're going to go over on the next slide. And the next couple slides will explain these two income approaches. So the gross rent multiplier, GRM, this is used to determine the value by comparing two properties when you don't have all the information for one of the properties to help you come to a valuation. When you have all the information for one of the properties but not the other, you can come up with a value by comparing them, but they have to be similar properties. You could compare a 2-unit building to another 2-unit building, 3-unit to another 3-unit. You can't compare a 3-unit to a 4-unit. You know, it has to be apples to apples here that you're comparing, you know. So the multiplier is a whole number. It's not a percentage. It's just the number that we calculate and apply to the property that we have all of the information for. And then we use that number to figure out the value of the property that we don't. It's not a 100% accurate tool. It's a quick, dirty, rough workaround that could save you time. It could save you a lot of time and effort. So we're going to use the reverse T formula to calculate the GRM. And you need any two of the following three items to figure out the gross rent multiplier, the GRM. They are the gross monthly rent, the most gross monthly income, that's before expenses, the value of the property, or the multiplier itself. So you could figure out a missing component by having any two of these items. So if you're trying to figure out the value of the property, you need the GRM and the gross monthly income. If you want to figure out what the GRM is, you need the gross monthly income figure and the value of the property. I'll show you how to figure this out. We'll do some math problems on it, but we'll save that for a little bit later. And then we got the GIM. This is the gross income multiplier. This is the GRM plus additional revenue from other sources like sales concessions that are not coming from the real estate. So make notes like this. This is the reverse T formula where the property value goes up top. So this is on page 313. You should make these notes here in a big empty spot. Highlight the gross rent multiplier, GRM, relates to the sales price of the property to its rental income. And you're comparing similar properties. So underline similar properties and write down here, don't write this, compare 3 units to a 3-unit, a 4-unit to a 4-unit. Let me know when you guys are done with all that writing and highlighting.
Got it.
I got it.
All right. So once again, the cap rates and the gross rent multiplier, these are the formulas. These are the numbers that you need to figure them both out. Remember, you're going to use the annual income and expenses to get the annual NOI. For gross rent multiplier, the property value goes up top. The cap rates, the property value goes on the bottom. That's why I called this the reverse T formula, because it reverses where the property's value goes. The reverse T formula only works for one problem, though. It only works for calculating the gross rent multiplier. So how does an appraiser determine which is the best of the 3 approaches of value to use? Well, an appraiser would calculate the value using all 3 approaches, and then they would use the most profitable use. We have the sales comparison approach, the cost approach, and the income approach. And when they apply more than one of these approaches to value to the same property, it's called reconciliation. Which one of these approaches to value would you use to determine the value of a single family house? Which approach to value would be used to determine the value of a single family house? I'm not asking you to guess or even remember what are all the different approaches to memorize them yet at this point. I got them in front of you. So which of these 3 approaches to value is used to determine the value of a single family house? It's the approach that is used most often by licensed real estate agents.
Sales comparison.
It's the sales comparison approach, the CMA, right? That's the one that we do a CMA using the sales comparison approach. Which approach to value would be most often used to determine the value of a strip mall?
Income approach.
The income approach. Which approach to value would be used to determine the value of a church?
Cost approach.
Which approach to value would be used to determine the value of a 3-family house?
Sales comparison approach.
Everybody agree? Don't all speak up at once now. You could use either the sales comparison approach or the income approach. Three-family house also generates income. So you should use both approaches to value and then use the more profitable approach, whichever one values it higher. So reconciliation is if more than one of the three approaches to value are applied to the same property. Highlight that term, add it to your definition list to know, words to know. So once again, the T formula, small number up top, large number on one side, and a percentage or rate on the other. So if you get a question like this, they're not going to give you the T formula. This is a tool that I'm teaching you how to use. It makes it easier to figure out the answer. The question would be, if you charge the seller 6% commission and the total commission collected was $21,600, how much did the property sell for? And then you'll have a multiple choice list of answer options. Well, you should draw this T formula on your scrap paper. Remember that the value goes down here, the small number up top, which your commission would be the small number in comparison to the value, and a percentage or rate on the other side, so that would be the commission percentage. And how do we calculate this? TGIF, the top number goes in the calculator first. So how much would this property sell for?
$360,000.
There you go. Now you could also check the math. Do this. $21,600 divided by 360, it should be 6%. Just to check your math and make sure that it's right. Or you could do 360 times 6%, and it should be 21,600. You see how you could check your math using this formula?
Yes.
Let's change up the question a little bit. It's the same problem, basically. If a house sold for 360 and the agent charged 6% commission, how much would the total commission be? You have a calculator in your cell phones. Guys, you got the T formula right here, 360 times 6%.
21,600.
Okay. This is a different problem. Cap rates. You're going to use the income approach to value, once again, using the T formula to figure this out. The question is, if a property sells for $400,000 with 3 units that rent for $1,200 a month each, and with the following expenses, what would the cap rate be? What is a cap rate, first of all? What's a cap rate? What is cap rate short for? How about that? Let's start there. What does it stand for? Cap rate. What does cap stand for?
Capitalization rate,
And what is a capitalization rate?
the rate of return.
It's a measurement of the rate of return of an investor's money. So what would the cap rate be on this property? Well, what numbers do we need to plug into the T formula here? What number goes up top? What number goes on the bottom side? You got the percentage goes down one side. That would be the cap rate. The annual net income goes up top, and the value of the property on the other side. So how do we figure out? Well, first of all, we need to figure out what the cap rate is, right? So, property sells for $400,000. Where do we put that?
Bottom left.
Okay. And then how do we figure out the net operating income that goes up top? You guys ever get a paycheck before in your lives?
Yes.
When you get the check, do you get the full amount or do they make deductions first?
They make deductions first.
So you got to take your income minus your expenses, and what you get paid is called the net. So how do we calculate the net here? You got 3 units that are renting for $1,200 a month each. 3 times 12. That'll give you the monthly. Then you got to times that by 12 months to get the annual. Then you got to add up all these expenses minus the mortgage payment. Subtract the expenses from the income, and that's your annual net. That's your formula. Income minus expenses equals the net. These are annual. So, you guys got a calculator handy? 1,200 times 3, that's $3,600 a month. Times that by 12 months, that's $43,200. And then you add up all the expenses. The easy way to do this is if they give you a monthly or a quarterly figure, just make them all annual figures and then add up the annual figure. You need the annual number anyway. I already did that for you, and it's $16,560. You subtract that from the income, and you're left with $26,640 in net income being a landlord renting this property out for $1,200 a month with 3 units. What kind of return is that on your investment, though? Well, we got to put the $400,000 down there, the $26,640 there, and then what is the cap rate on this property?
$66%.
Yeah, check the decimal point place there.
Oh, 6% or 7%?
6.6%. All right. That's not a bad rate of return on your income. A lot more than banks are paying. Invest in real estate, you collect that. Sure, you got to deal with some tenants bullshit, but that's still a good amount of money to make every year. $26,640 in profit. Not bad. Now, that's the cap rate that you would advertise if you're trying to sell this property. If you wanted to know for your own edification and not for listing a property for sale and advertising a cap rate of 6.6%, sharing that with a potential buyer, what would your cap rate actually be for yourself? Well, let's see. If your mortgage payment is $3,200 a month, times that by 12 months, that's an additional $38,400. So until you pay down that mortgage more, you're not getting any money back. Because that $38,400, that's your annual NOI, net operating income. All right. That's your mortgage payment here. So they're basically helping you make your mortgage payment until you start paying down that mortgage more and you got that mortgage paid off really, or paid down more, you're not really making that. But those people are helping you. That is income. That's the income you're clearing. That's helping you pay for this house that one day you'll own outright. And then you could use it for income. So this is what you could see and expect your income to be. All right, let's look at this. If the GRM, the gross rent multiplier, we're going to figure out what is the GRM for that same property that we just figured out has a value of $400,000, gross monthly income of $3,600. It has a cap rate of 6.6%. What's the GRM for this property? Well, what numbers do we plug in where?
The value goes at the top.
Then the 3,600 goes on one side. So 400,000 divided by, top number goes in the calculator first, by 3,600. And what's your GRM?
$111.11.
Yes. Was that hard?
No.
Doesn't the T formula make it a lot easier to try to figure it out when you know what numbers to plug in? This is a very useful tool, guys, to make the math easy. You're allowed to use calculators on your exams. Just not the calculator on your cell phone, because you can't have your cell phone out while you're taking the exam. But doesn't this makes your life easier if you remember the T formula and the reverse T formula, you know, and know what numbers to plug in. I'm giving you a useful tool here that makes it easy, because that's the kind of math problem you'll get right there. Now, they could try to make this a little bit harder by, instead of giving you the gross monthly income of 3,600, they could have given you the annual income. And then all you got to do is divide that by 12 to figure out the monthly and plug in that number here. So here's an example of them doing something like that. If the property for sale is $425,000 with $9,500 a year in property taxes, $900 a year in annual rents, and $28,000 a year in property expenses, or I'm sorry, annual rents of $28,000 a year and property expenses at $12,500 a year. What's the GRM for this property? Well, let me ask you a question before we get started. What numbers do you need to plug into the T formula to figure out the GRM?
The 425,000.
The value of the property, and what's the other number? Don't look at the problem. Close your eyes. What numbers do we need to fill into the reverse T formula to figure out the GRM? The value of the property and
The gross monthly income.
the gross monthly income. There you go. Don't get confused by looking at the problem. ask yourself a question. What numbers do I need to figure it out? So we take that 28,000 in annual rents, divide that by 12 to figure out the monthly income. Then we take the value of the property, we put it up top because we use the reverse T formula where the value of the property goes on top. And then down the bottom here is where we put that monthly income. And 425 divided by 2333 equals
182.16.
1716, depending if you have what do you have, an Apple, an iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, iPhone and the Androids, they're always off by a minuscule amount, a penny. They're always off by a penny, I find. So it's 182, 182.17 or 182. All right. So let's do this problem. I'm going to show you now. We just figured out how to do cap rates. We figured out how to do gross rent multiplier. I'm going to show you now, so that you know how to do these things, how you could use them in real life to your benefit. Okay. So first we have this one problem here. We got this property that we know all the figures for, enough to figure out the cap rate for. And then we're going to figure out the GRM for this property as well. And then we're going to use this information to estimate the value or how much we should offer for another property that came up for sale in the neighborhood that they didn't give us all the figures for. We want to figure out how much we should offer on it to get us the same cap rate range. So an investor says he's going to purchase this property if he gets an 8% cap. He's basically saying an 8%, he wants an 8% return on his investment. It's a 4-unit building selling for $425,000. You got 2 3-bedroom units renting for $1,500 a month each, and 2 2-bedrooms renting for $1,200 a month each. 1,500 times 2 is 3,000. 1,200 times 2 is 2,400. Add that up. It's 5,400 a month in income. Times that by 12, your annual gross operating income is $64,800. What are the annual expenses? Well, I already added them up here for you to make things a little easier. We converted the quarterly figures to annual and the monthly figures to annual as well. We're not counting any mortgage payment. So total expenses are $23,520. So we take that annual figures of income minus expenses to get the NOI. Now we could plug the 41,280 as the net operating income into our T formula for figuring out our cap rate. And we could also plug in the purchase price of $425. And this gives us a cap rate of what?
9.7.
So he will buy this property because it's getting him way more return than he anticipated, or she. All right, awesome. That's a great property. But another 4-unit building comes on the market for sale. But they don't list what the income or expenses are. So how much would we estimate what a reasonable offer price should be? Well, if we figure out the cap rate on this property was 9.7, and we want to get around the same cap rate on the other property. If we know that this property has a cap rate of 9.7, let's figure out what the GRM is for this property, for this 4-unit building. And then based on that GRM for this property, we can apply it to other properties that we don't have all the figures for. Let's take a look. Let's work through it so you can better understand. So if the value of this property is $425,000, and what is the gross monthly? $5,400. Then what's the GRM for this property? That gets you,
78.70.
there you go, 78.70. Is that a good number or a bad number? It's a trick question. There's no such thing when it comes to gross rent multiplier. It's just an insignificant number that's been applied to this property. It's a number that's used to compare two things. That's what a multiplier is. Cap rates can be good because the higher the number, the more return. GRM does not necessarily mean that. So let's take this GRM of 78.70 and apply it to the other property. So, using the reverse T formula and the GRM to figure out how much to offer on this property, to get around the same approximate return of the other property in the previous slide, we're going to take that GRM of 78.70 and we're going to apply it to this 4-unit building. Now, this 4-unit building is a little bit different. It has 3 3-bedrooms and only 1 2-bedroom. So the income is different on it, but we can still figure out how much we should offer. They didn't even tell us what the rents are, but we do know in this area, based on the previous property, that a 3-bedroom in this neighborhood goes for $1,500 a month, and a 2-bedroom goes for $1,200 a month. So we're going to use those figures, even though the landlord, we don't know the exact figures for this one. We know that in the same neighborhood, a 2-unit or a 3-unit should be approximately in the same ballpark. So without having to go to the landlord and ask them to disclose, the owner of the property to ask them to disclose to us all these figures that they may not want to disclose to us unless we first signed a legal document called the NDA, non-disclosure agreement, that would hold now our client legally liable if these figures got out somehow. And this is just to figure out if it's a property we even want to show them. Sounds like a hassle, right? So we could just do a gross rent multiplier on a property that we know all the figures for, and then apply that multiplier to this property that's in the same neighborhood. So if the gross operating income is $5,700 a month for this property, we take that monthly GOI of $5,700, and what was that? The GRM for this property, for the previous property, 70.70 or something like that. Yeah, 78.70. How much should we offer on this property that to get us in that same 9.7% cap rate range? $5,700 times 78.70. We should offer no more than $448,590, and we'll still be in a 9.7 cap rate range. But we know that this guy said that he's okay with getting a 8% cap rate. This will get us a 9.7 if the numbers are in the approximately the same, and it costs the same to maintain this 4-unit building versus the other 4-unit building. So these are not exact figures, but they're ballpark figures that could give us a quick, rough guesstimate based on actual numbers. We're using actual formulas here to figure this out. So this value below is the maximum offer price that would get us in that same 9.7 cap rate range as the property on the previous slide. Once again, it is a quick, rough, dirty tool. It's not meant to be 100% accurate. It's supposed to be used to get us in the ballpark. So you see how this could be useful in real life to use?
Yes.
Most schools don't teach you this, how to use it in real life. They just teach you how to use a GRM and how to calculate it, but they don't tell you what it's actually used for and when you would use it. And most agents out there couldn't tell you how to use it. And it's a shame because it could actually be a very useful tool for you, save you a lot of time. They're like, oh, that's not accurate. We don't use that. Yeah, but it's not used for accuracy. It's used as a rough, quick, dirty tool to get you in the ballpark. All right, now let's move on to the cost approach. We'll never, ever, ever use this in real life except for on your state exam. But the cost approach to calculating the rate of appreciation, or usually depreciation, on a property basically uses three methods. There are several steps to it. The first step was we determine which method we're going to use, either the straight line or compound method. By the way, what kind of properties do we use the cost approach, or do appraisers use the cost approach to value? It's for determining the value of unique, one-of-a-kind, or special purpose buildings that don't generate income in the normal fashion, and they may not have comparables. This is like how you would price a church, etc. So the cost approach to value. Often on exams, state exam really, you'll get a depreciation math problem, almost always. So the first step of it, you got to determine if they're going to be using the straight line method or a compounding method for the math problem. Compounding method is more accurate, but it requires repeating the math problem 3 times, once for each year. Straight line method, you just take the rate of depreciation, times it by the percentage, and you're done with it in one shot. If they don't spell out for you on exams to use the straight line method or compound method, you always use the straight line. Step 2, you're trying to determine, are you trying to figure out the value of a property in the past or a current or present value? Oh, I'm sorry. This one they're asking, are you going to use, are you figuring out depreciation or appreciation? Depreciation is a loss of value, so you'll be subtracting from 100% that rate of depreciation. If it appreciated, you're adding to 100%. And then step 3 is you determine, are you trying to figure out a value in the past or a current or future value? To figure out past values, you divide. To figure out current or future values, you multiply. It'll make more sense when we actually do a math problem on it. So I put together a couple interactive slides here for you. So this first question is, and I got the steps here right on the side. So the first step is to write down 100% on your piece of paper, because anytime we're trying to figure out value, we're trying to figure out all of it. So the question is, if you purchased this property 3 years ago and it depreciated in value 2% per year, and today's value is $400,000, how much did you buy the property for? They're telling you to use the straight line method, which is the easier method. And remember, to determine a past value, you divide, a current or future value, you multiply. What are we trying to figure out? A past value or a current value?
Past value.
Yeah, they tell you today's value is $400,000. They want to know how much you bought it for. So you're going to be dividing. But before we get to that step, it starts off by writing, it depreciated 2% per year, and you bought the property 3 years ago. So 2 times 3 is 6. That's how we start the straight line method. And then we're going to subtract that 6% from 100 because it depreciated in value So we're going to subtract. If it appreciated, you would be adding to 100%. So that leaves us 94% or 0.94. You could, to make a percentage into a whole number, if your calculator does not have a percent button, you would just cross out the percent and move the decimal point 2 points to the left from where the percent is. So that would be 0.94 is 94%. And if you want to take a whole number and make it a percentage, you move it 2 decimal points to the right and then draw a percentage sign. All right. So now we take 400,000 divided by the 0.94, and this is how much we bought it for 3 years ago. Now, if that number went down and it's below 400,000, you know you did something wrong, because it says you bought it 3 years ago and it depreciated in value. That's a loss of value. So today's value should be less than what you bought it for if it depreciated, right? This is common sense. So here you bought it for more money, and today's value is this because it depreciated 2% per year for the last 3 years. All right, let's do another problem using the compound method this time. So what's different about the compound method? Well, instead of skipping to this step, doing 2 times 3 and then subtracting that from 100, you just take the rate of depreciation, subtract that from 100. And then you're going to do this math problem 3 times. So 100 minus the rate of depreciation of 2%, that's 0.98. We're going to do the compound, we're going to compound the rate for each year. So 400,000 divided, because we're trying to figure out a value in the past once again, by 0.98. And we're going to do this once, twice, 3 times, once for each year to figure out the answer using the compound method. So 400,000 divided by 0.98, then you take that answer and divide that by 0.98, then you take that answer, divide that by 0.98 to get 424,993. See, the answers are different. So you have to pay attention whether they told you to use the straight line method or compounding method. If they didn't tell you which method to use, which method will you use?
Straight line.
Straight line. And straight line is, it's just one line. You know, you take the rate of depreciation, times it by the number of years, subtract that from 100% and use that one time. Compounding method, you got to do it once for each year. It compounds per year, once per each year. So you don't take it by the number of years. You just take the rate of depreciation and subtract it from the total value of 100%. All right, let's do it again. Another problem. If you purchased a property 3 years ago and it depreciated in value 2% per year, and today's value is $380,000. How much did you purchase the property for using the compound method? What's the first step you do here?
100% minus 2%.
Minus what?
2%.
2%. Okay, now what? Are we trying to determine a value in the past or a current value?
In the past.
So what do we do?
Take the $380,000 and divide it by 98%.
Okay,
3 times.
3 times, correct. So do that once. Now we're not using 380 3 times. We're using 380, then we're taking that answer and then dividing that by the 0.98 3 times, right? And you should have gotten 403,743. See, I'm not worried about you getting the numbers right now. I'm worried about you understanding the process, the steps. You know, it's easy. You got a calculator. It's basic math. There's nothing rocket science about it. It's just remembering the steps. the formulas, so to speak. All right, let's do another one. This question is, if you purchased the property 3 years ago for $380 and it depreciated 2% per year using the compounding method, what is it worth today? What's your first step?
%100 minus 2%.
Okay, now what?
Are you gonna multiply because it's you're trying to figure out what it's worth today?
Yeah, we're trying to determine a current value. They told you that you bought it for $380,000 3 years ago. They want to know what it's worth today. So we're trying to determine a present or future value, right? So yeah, you're going to multiply now. Once for each year, because they said compound. 1, 2, 3. And you notice that the number goes down. That's correct. You guys want to snap a picture of the slide, or you want to use the slideshows that are available to you? They got these interactive things in there. You just click on it and it goes to the next step and then does the reveal like this. I make this available to you. Want me to pull up the previous slide too for you?
Yes.
Actually, there you go.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. And there's this one, the one we just did. You didn't get it before. All right. So what is an appraisal? An appraisal is conducted by a skilled licensed professional called an appraiser. They must be licensed. They charge fees for appraising, and there's several license types. There's 4 license types. Do you guys recall what they are? You start off as an apprentice trainee. Then you become a licensed residential appraiser, then a certified residential appraiser, and then a certified general appraiser. Okay. CMAs or BPOs are an estimate of value by real estate licensees, and we must never call them an appraisal or consider them as one. We also need to add that remark to every CMA or BPO that we do. Why do people get appraisals? Well, on page 315, there's a bulleted list that shows you a bunch of reasons. You may want to write on the side of that reasons for appraisals. These are reasons people get appraisals. Estate purposes, for when somebody dies, to determine the value of the estate. For taxation of that estate, I guess. For divorce proceedings. For financing to buy real estate or to refinance it. For taxation reasons, but they use an assessed value instead of market value. Remember, ad valorem, that's the tax that means according to value. Then relocation purposes, when a corporate relocation company is going to help, your company hired a corporate relocation company to help relocate its employees somewhere else in the world. They help them sell their property or buy it out from them if they don't want to deal with the hassle and they want to accept their offer. For insurance purposes, for damage and loss for tax deduction and for feasibility studies that municipalities or other entities may do. There's a lot of reasons why people get appraisals, but these are generally the most common. The appraisal process consists of the appraiser having to state what the problem is that they need to figure out. Then they need to list the data needed and the sources where they get that information to figure it out. Then they gather, record, and verify all that necessary data. They determine the highest and best use for a property. They estimate the land's value. They estimate the value by each of the 3 appraisal approaches. They reconcile the estimated value, and then they report the final value estimate. What is reconciliation again? It's when you use more than one of the 3 approaches to value and you apply it to the same property to determine which is the best value to use. And the appraisers do this on a uniform residential appraisal report. It's required for many government agencies, and it illustrates the detailed information required of an appraisal on residential property. USPAP is the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. That appraisers need to take this 15-hour national course every couple of years. This is a sample of the Uniform Residential Appraisal Report. It's kind of similar to that that CMA that I did with you earlier, right? Where we compared the properties and made adjustments. Remember that? But there's a lot more information than that the appraiser takes into consideration on these reports, and more math involved. MAI is a member of the Appraiser Institute. And whether we're doing a CMA or a BPO, we should include that statement indicating the report should not be considered the equivalent of an appraisal prepared by a New Jersey licensed or certified real estate appraiser. And we already highlighted all this stuff earlier and made these notes. So to recap, MAI is a member of the Appraiser Institute. USPAP is the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. It's a 15-hour course they need to take every couple of years, I guess. What's that on? And then the different appraiser licenses. And if you guys were interested in becoming appraisers, you could get more information by going to njconsumeraffairs.gov/REA, Real Estate Appraisal or Appraiser. That's the link. And we already highlighted these things, right? You first become an apprentice trainee, then a residential appraiser, then a certified residential appraiser. In any case, none of these can appraise commercial properties or residential properties more than $1 million unless they're working under the direct supervision of a certified general appraiser who is not limited by any dollar figure or to residential properties only. They can appraise land, they can appraise commercial property, etc. So the professional designation of appraisers is made through the membership in their appraisal societies. New Jersey requires appraisals be performed as part of any federally related transaction. It must comply with the state standards and be performed by state licensed or state certified appraisers. Let me ask you guys a question. What do we call that appraisal report that we just saw on the previous page? It's the uniform appraisal statement. what do we call an appraisal for a VA loan?
CRV.
Yep, a certificate of reasonable value, a CRV, just like the Honda CRV, right? Is that what helped you remember it all, or? you just-
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But it's stupid, but it works, right? It's a dumb way to remember, but hey, I'm full of dumb ways to remember stuff if it works. I'm there. My memory's mush. If anything that helps me, I'm glad to use it. So I tried to, when I learn things like this, I try to pass them along to you. All right, so the CMA is the comparative market analysis. That's the way we as real estate professionals prepare this report to share with buyers and sellers to help them determine the values of property. We also do BPOs, broker price opinions, for banks when they don't want to buy an appraisal. Maybe somebody's refinancing their house, or maybe they want to remove the private mortgage insurance. Then we need to get a BPO done to make sure that to see what the property value is for the bank. We just can't call it an appraisal, but they do require some sort of a valuation report. So both CMAs and BPOs have to include that disclosure. It states that this is not an appraisal and should not be considered the equivalent of one. And I have more math sample problems here at the end of the chapter if you guys want to play around with them and look at the different straight compound, straight line methods. I got a bunch of different problems together here you guys can play with. Here's another one. It's interactive. You guys want to do one more before we're done with this chapter, I guess?
Yes.
So if you purchased the property 3 years ago, depreciated 2% per year, today's value is $375,000. How much did you buy the property for? Calculate it first using the straight line method and then using the compound. Well, let's do the straight line method first. When you got the answer, tell me, and I'll do the big reveal.
I got the answer.
I got it.
All right, do share. You guys want to share?
398,936.
390. Well, let's take a look. If you purchased a property 3 years ago and it depreciated, that means it went down in value. You should be going down the other direction. So without even checking it, I know that's not right. And that's how you should double check your math on this problem. Look at the question again one more time. If they said it depreciated in value and they tell you what today's valued it. Oh, wait. You said 390 something?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so yeah, you should have purchased it for a higher price. Okay, you may be right. I screwed up right there. So it should have been a higher amount. Okay, so let's take a look. Did you both get the same answer?
Yes.
Anybody else do this too? No? All right. So let's take a look. Is that what you got?
Yes.
So you basically took the rate of depreciation, times it by the number of years, subtract that from 100%, because we're trying to figure out all the value, and value means 100%. We take today's value, divide it by 0.94, because you divide when you're trying to figure out a past value, and we get 398,936. All right, did you do the compound method yet, or do you want to give that a try now too?
We could give, I didn't do it yet.
All right, well, give it a try. I'll give you a few minutes. See if you can figure it out.
I got it.
All right. And what did you get?
I got 398,431.
398,431. Okay, well, let's take a look. There you go. You got it. See, it's not that hard. It's just a couple of steps, and you need to remember the steps. You could use a calculator. Don't get freaked out by the math. You hate math. I suck at math. I need a calculator for figuring out simple stuff. It's okay. As long as you know the formula, you'll be able to figure out the answer. And that's the important part there. All right, that's the end of this chapter 16. Now we're going to do the, let me save this and do the key terms to review for chapter 16, and then we'll jump into chapter 17. Let me just pause the recording for a second here. All right, so let's do the key terms to review for chapter 16 on appraisals. Before we get started in the key terms 1, letter J, right after the after that where it says comparison approach, right, to compare two income producing properties. I'm actually writing right after the word approach, next to letter J, to compare two income producing properties, or to compare income producing properties. And then next to letter number 13, where it says income approach, write cap rates or GRM next to that, slash cap rates or GRM next to that. Slash cap rates or GRM.
Said ERN or GRN?
GRM, the gross rent multiplier. So basically they said income approach, and I just put in brackets, you know, next to that I wrote cap rates or GRM. Each word just below each other, cap rates or GRM. Because those are all ways to figure out the income approach. And then in key terms 2, after letter F, after the word techniques, write not exact duplicate. Not, flatten my book out in order to write this. Not exact duplicate. And let me know when you guys got all that stuff written down, and we'll get started on the key terms to review.
I got it.
Got it.
Okay, a process of estimating value.
Appraisal.
2 is A. Rate of return demanded by investors in a particular area.
Capitalization rate.
4 is B, the capitalization rate. Similar nearby property recently sold.
Comparables.
Comparables, 5 is C. Extra that contributes to owner satisfaction, clean air, views, and so on.
Amenity.
1 is D, it is an amenity. Independent person trained to provide an unbiased estimate or opinion of value.
Appraiser.
3 is E, as in Edward. Analysis of income, including rental and other factors.
Gross income multiplier.
The gross income multiplier, correct, 10 is F. Loss of value due to any cause or condition.
Depreciation.
7 is G, depreciation. A loss of value due to factors beyond the property's boundaries.
External obsolescence.
8 is H, external obsolescence. A loss of value due to worn or outmoded features. That's another way of saying outdated.
Functional obsolescence.
9 is I, functional obsolescence. Analysis of rental income used roughly in sales comparison approach to compare income producing properties.
Gross rent multiplier.
The gross rent multiplier, 11, is J. Appraisal technique that analyzes the cost to build.
Cost approach.
6 is K, the cost approach. Analysis of value of property using return on investment.
Income approach.
Income approach using the cap rates or GRM, correct. 13 is L. And use of land that yields the most money.
Highest and best use.
That's the highest and best use. 12 is M, as in Michael. All right, key terms 2. what a property actually sells for. What a property actually sells for.
Market price.
Market price is the selling price. One is A. A loss of value due to wear and tear.
Physical deterioration.
3 is B, physical deterioration. Location and the buyer's willingness to pay more for certain locations.
Situs.
8 is C, sit us. We're gonna sit us right here, correct. Analysis of values received by different appraisal approaches.
Reconciliation.
The reconciliation, 4 is D. When you apply more than one of the 3 approaches to value to the same property, you're reconciling the property, correct. 4 is D. Present worth of future benefits is the definition of
Value.
value. 11 is E. Cost to rebuild using today's materials and techniques that are not an exact duplicate.
Replacement cost.
Replacement cost, 5 is F. A price that would be paid by an informed buyer or an educated buyer.
Market value.
2 is G, the market value. And how do they get educated? Well, because we use a report, an appraisal or CMA to educate our clients on the value of the property. And those reports help determine market value based on supportable evidence. So in a perfect world, the market value and the market price are one and the same, right? So 2 is G, market value. Appraisal technique that analyzes the sales price of comparable properties.
Sales comparison approach.
7 is H, correct. Cost to rebuild exactly using materials like the original.
Reproduction cost.
6 is I, reproduction costs. Principle that no one pays more if the same can be had for less.
Substitution.
10 is J, substitution. And a parcel of real estate that's being appraised.
Subject property.
That is the subject property. 9 is K, correct. And that concludes chapter 16 and the key terms to review for chapter 16. Turn to page 17 and we'll get started with that in a moment. Let me just pull up the slideshow. Chapter 17, investment and business brokerage. In this chapter, we're going to talk about a lot of investor lingo. We're going to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of investing in real estate. We're going to talk about the tax benefits of real estate investing and the effects of the New Jersey Uniform Commercial Code. Different than the Uniform Construction Code, this is the Uniform Commercial Code, which regulates the sale of businesses and business personal property. So on page 326, if we go to the second page of the chapter, well, the idea of investing in anything is to generate some sort of return, right? And generally, you want that return to be higher than the prevailing interest rate charged by mortgage lenders. You know, because if you're not buying all cash and you're getting a loan and you're using someone else's money to purchase the real estate that you're using as an investment to create money income, investors borrow money to finance that purchase, and if held long enough, the asset will yield a greater return than it costs to actually finance the purchase. Using borrowed money in this way is referred to as leverage. So let's highlight that. And so unlike stocks and bonds, real estate is not highly liquid over a short period of time. This means an investor cannot usually sell real estate quickly without taking some sort of a loss. Let me know when you got them highlights.
I got it.
So the advantages of using real estate, investing in real estate, is to generate a return on your investment. Leverage is using borrowed money. Inflation, and using inflation as a hedge. So hoping that property values go up. Then you could, if property values go up, you make money when you eventually sell it, if the property values are higher, just simply because the market values went up. You're using inflation as a hedge. So you bought it at one price and the property values are shooting up all of a sudden, not because you did any improvements whatsoever, and they just go up because the market fluctuates. Well, that's using inflation as a hedge. That's what they're talking about there. Some of the disadvantages of real estate as the investment. Well, first of all, return. Let's back up to return. How do you make a return on the real estate? You collect rents, you rent it out maybe. Or when you eventually sell that property using inflation as the hedge, you sell it at a profit. Right? Some of the disadvantages. It's not highly liquid, meaning you can't usually buy it one day and sell it the next without taking some sort of a loss. Unlike stocks and bonds where you could buy them and then in an hour, it's going up, it's going down, it's going up, it's going down in value. Well, the real estate market using inflation as a hedge like that is not, it does not fluctuate that quickly. So that, I guess, could be a disadvantage or an advantage, depending how you look at it. But it requires expert legal and tax information, and a high level of risk is involved because there's a lot of moolah on the line. So the ways that the real estate investments can yield a return is through appreciation, using inflation as a hedge, hoping that you sell that, it increases in value and you sell that property at some time in the future at a profit. Holding onto the property to generate income by renting it out. Cash flow, generating cash flow, that's spendable income after your expenses. Through pyramiding. Okay, if you're pyramiding through refinancing, this is if you have a piece of real estate and you gain some equity in it, you could drain that equity out and refinance it, take that equity out and use it as a down payment to buy another property. And if you do this over and over again, you could find yourself owning millions of dollars in real estate in a relatively short period of time in the grand scheme of things. The only problem is it's all highly mortgaged because you keep draining all the value out of it to buy more. That's what we call pyramiding through refinancing. Nothing wrong with it. Equity is the difference between the market value and what's owed on the property. And we learned that term several times already. We've gone over that one several times. Cash flow is spendable income. let's highlight that. On page 326, cash flow. The object of owning income properties to generate spendable income. That's called cash flow. You want that cash flowing. That's income after expenses, because that's the spendable income. You could also take tax breaks. Home sellers should refer to their accountants for financial information or their tax attorneys. But both the federal and state government have exclusions from capital gains taxes on the profit of the sale of a primary residence. But you had to own and occupy the property for at least 2 out of the last 5 years. If you're single filer, meaning you're single or you're married and filing your taxes separately, you're entitled to a $250,000 capital gains tax exclusion on the profit of the sale of your primary residence, not investment properties, but your primary residence that you're living in. Married couples filing their taxes together jointly, they're entitled to up to a $500,000 capital gains tax exclusion. So if the property value goes up by up to a $500,000, that's a lot for it to increase by. But if it does, miraculously, you pay 0 state or federal income taxes on the profit from the sale of your primary home that you live in when you sell it at a profit like that. But you had to live in it for at least 2 years, 2 out of the last 5. So that means you have to live in the property for at least 2 years, or if you moved out of it and you still own it and you've been renting it, you lived in it at least 2 out of the last 5 years. Now, sellers must pay income taxes on the profit from the sale of any investment property, but not from your primary residence. You get this capital gains tax exclusion for both state and federal income taxes. So let's just do these highlights. Then we'll move on to the next slide for the explanation of it. All right. So let's get these highlights done under exchanges.
Got it.
Everybody got it?
Got it.
So in a 1031 exchange, Make sure you wrote 1031, by the way, in front of this or on top of this where it says exchanges 1031. 1031 is a section of the IRS tax code. So sellers must pay income taxes on the profit of a sale of an investment property, but may get capital gains tax exemption from primary residence, but not for investment properties. But investors, they still can take advantage of deferring when they have to pay that tax that's for the profit of the sale. If they reinvest it into another similar like kind property to purchase, then they're not cashing that money out. They're reinvesting it. And as long as they let the IRS know that this is what they're doing, and they follow the IRS's guidelines per section 1031 of the IRS tax code, they would not have to pay. They could defer paying the income tax because they did not cash out the profit from the sale. They actually reused it to purchase another investment property, a similar like kind investment, which is real estate. So a 1031 exchange allows an investor to defer paying income taxes on the profit of the sale of an investment property if they reinvest it in another similar like kind investment property. They wouldn't have to pay income taxes until they eventually realize the gain by selling and cashing out the money and putting it in their pocket. But strict timelines must be followed in order to qualify for this tax deferment. Now, if these timelines are not strictly adhered to, the investor will lose the tax deferment and have to pay the taxes now on the sold property. They have to first, you should always have a tax professional, whether an attorney or CPA, involved to do the communication with the IRS. They must notify the IRS that they're going to be doing an exchange at the time of the sale of that investment property. And then the IRS gives that investor 45 days to locate and find another replacement investment property they want to purchase after selling that first parcel, with a total 180 days to close on that purchase. So it's not 45 days to find a property, then another 180 days to close on it. It's 180 days in total. So they give you 45 days to find and locate a property, then you notify the IRS within 45 days that you located a property. And then you have up to the 180-day mark to close on that sale, on that purchase. These are the strict guidelines that the IRS requires you to follow. If you fail to follow them, you have to pay all the taxes on the profit from the sale of that current property that you just sold. Now, if the property that you sold costs less, if the property that you're buying costs less than the property that you sold, the difference in value is known as boot. And boot is loot, and all loot is taxable. It is a capital gain. So what is a capital gain, you may ask? By the way, you want to snap a picture of this slide?
Yeah, I got it.
Capital gain is a taxable profit on the investment. Basis is the investor's initial cost for any investment. In this case, it's real estate. So it's whatever the base price is to buy the real estate initially. An adjusted basis is any investor's initial cost for an investment plus any additional money that they may have thrown into that investment. This is real estate, so let's just keep it real estate. The adjusted basis is your purchase price for that property plus any money that you dumped into it to do improvements, minus any claimed depreciation that you may do on the taxes in the meantime. And the difference between the adjusted basis on the property is the adjusted basis on the property. So you take all that money that you have into it. That's your adjusted basis. And it's selling price, and then you only pay income taxes on that. So it's the difference between the adjusted basis, that's all the money you have into the property, and the selling price. You subtract all that money you have into the property from the selling price. Whatever's left over from that, you pay taxes on. That is taxable income. That is the profit of the sale. So let's highlight capital gain is taxable profit on an investment. The basis of a property is the investor's initial cost for the real estate. I assume you got it all by now?
Yes, got it.
So tax benefits for that 1031 exchange, how does that work? Well, boot is when you're doing a 1031 exchange and the replacement property costs less than the sold investment property. The difference is boot, and boot is loot, and all loot is taxable. So if your initial cost to buy that property, the basis was $300,000, and then you dumped another 100 grand in it for improvements, you add them up, the adjusted basis is $400,000. So now if you were to sell that property for $600,000, there's $200,000 capital gain. That's profit from that sale. Now, if you were to reinvest all of that money into another income property, you would defer paying any of that tax in a 1031 exchange. But if you take that $600,000 selling price and you only reinvest $500,000 into a replacement property, that property costs less than the one you're selling. The difference in value is boots. That is 100 grand that you're cashing out and putting in your pocket today that you're not reinvesting into another property. That is taxable income. It's a capital gain. We call it boot. Boot is loot, and all loot is taxable. It's the capital gain, the amount you cashed out. Everybody got that? Understand that with this diagram? Clear enough? No?
Yes.
All right, now let's talk about depreciation. We know depreciation, we learned already, is a loss of value due to any cause or condition in a property. Well, this is different. We're talking about investments and investment lingo here. We're not talking about the actual loss of value of a property. We're talking about depreciation as an accounting concept. So depreciation as an accounting concept is used to deduct the cost of an investment and any improvements on the investment property for taxation purposes. It is not a reflection of an actual loss of value on the property. It's used to reduce taxable income before taxes are computed. A property's value cannot be depreciated all at once. The asset has to be depreciated over a period of years. Whatever the life expectancy that the IRS defines for that asset. For example, guys, you're going to have write-offs as independent contractors off your taxes, right? You're going to put money in your business, maybe buy a new cell phone or laptop, or pay for a website. These are business expenses. You could deduct those expenses against your income to reduce your taxable income before you compute your taxes. Well, this works on the same basis, but you can't deduct the asset all at once. For instance, if you were to buy a brand new car to use for your business, the IRS doesn't allow you to deduct the entire cost of that car in 1 year. Vehicles have to be depreciated over a period of 7 years. When it comes to real estate, they call that the economic lifespan of an improvement. Okay. Now, the value of the land cannot be deducted because, as a general rule, land does not depreciate. So the IRS defines the economic lifespan of the improvement for real estate for residential property to be 27.5 years, and commercial property 39 years. So what does that mean? Well, let's do these highlights and then write economic lifespan of an improvement next to the term depreciation at the top of page 239.
Done.
All right.
Got it.
So you got a question up here. If a property's estimated value is $500,000 and the land is estimated to be valued at $150,000, how much would be depreciated over 3 years if the asset has an economic lifespan of 27.5 years? Well, remember, land does not depreciate, so it cannot be depreciated in the IRS's view either. So, taking that same question here again, we take the total property value and subtract the land value to get the assets value, the improvements value. The improvement value can be depreciated over 27.5 years. So we're going to divide that by 27.5. And that's how much we could depreciate per year. Before we calculate our taxes, we could deduct this from our income. So if we made 100 grand that year, we could subtract $12,727.27 from our income. And whatever's left over, that's taxable. Then we calculate our taxes based on that amount. But this question said, How much would be depreciated over 3 years? So we just take that amount, we times it by 3. That's not a hard problem, was it?
No.
You may want to snap a picture of this slide because you'll probably get a math question like this on state exam. But once again, not a difficult one. We haven't done any crazy difficult math problems. So the federal tax law limits the deductibility from losses from rental property. The first $25,000 of loss can be used to offset income from any source. Investors must actively participate in the management and operation of a property in order to deduct, make additional deductions. We call that sweat equity, because you're actively taking a role in managing your real estate. So therefore, you're actually doing some work. So then they allow you to make the deduction to offset the income from any source. As long as the taxable income is less than $100,000 before the deduction is made. Always consult with tax professionals about this tax stuff, though. Now, a tax credit is a direct deduction in taxes due rather than a deduction from income before the tax is computed. But tax credits have been provided for taxpayers who renovate historic properties. These are properties that are designated by the Department of Interior and listed in the National Registry of Historic Landmarks. Those are for landmark properties. A property of historic significance located in a state certified historic district. The allowable credit is 20% of the money spent on any renovation. They could deduct that. The work must be accomplished in accordance with the federal historic property guidelines, and your local historic society will be all over you about that. So after renovation, the property must be used as a place of business or rented. It cannot be used for personal residence of the person taking the tax credit. So there is a credit of 10% of rehab costs for non-historic buildings placed in service before 1936. Non-historic buildings must be non-residential properties too in order to qualify for these tax credits. The law also provides tax credits ranging from 4 to 9% each year over a 10-year period for expenditures on new construction or renovation of certain low-income housing. From 4 to 9%. Now, a tax credit is a direct reduction in taxes due, rather than calculating a deduction from income before the tax is computed. So tax credits are available for the taxpayers who renovate historic properties, non-historic buildings placed in service before 1936. And sometimes the government offers tax credits, such as a stimulus that was offered to stimulate the declining real estate market through 2008, 9, and 10. We had President Bush did a bailout. Then we had Obama did a bailout. Now, these politicians also figured, hey, you know what? Real estate economy's crashing. It's crashing like crazy. And then politicians, in all of their arrogance, think that they got the cure to the problem, when in fact they're the ones that caused it by enabling that inflated real estate market to begin with. They're like, that's all right. We got the cure to the problem. We just need to get more people to get out there and buy properties. In a declining market? Aren't they rocket scientists, right? You got a declining market, and they say, oh, the way to stop the property values from dropping is just get enough buyers out there. Would you want to buy real estate in a market that the property values are dropping like a brick? Like they're like at a steep drop?
No.
No. But politicians and all their arrogance are, all you got to do is get more buyers out there. So how do you get more buyers out there? They're stupid. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to offer them a tax credit. And by offering a tax credit, they're going to start flooding out there and buying properties, because that tax credit should be enough that could cushion their fall until the market, that curve flattens. We all heard about flattening the curves already. Didn't work a whole lot great for COVID. It ain't going to work a whole lot great for the real estate either. And it didn't. So they offered a $7,500 tax credit in 2008, and they offered it for 1 year. It was like mid 2008 to 2009 that they offered it. Now the stipulation here was you got to go out and buy a property, live in it for at least 3 years, and then you could have a $7,500 write-off on your taxes. That's the tax credit that they gave. But the thing is, property values continued to fall and drop like a brick. So people may have lost even more than that $7,500. That was not enough to cushion their fall, and property values kept going down, down, and down, and down. People got scared because they're not usually investor types. And what happens when what does any smart investor do when you invest in something? Let's talk about stocks. Do you buy them when the prices are high and then sell them when the prices are low? Or do you buy them when the prices are low and then sell it when it's high in order to make a profit?
Buy them when they're low and sell them when they're high.
Yeah, buy when it's low and you sell high, you know? So you had all these people that rushed out. But the thing is, it takes nerve to do that. If the values start dropping, to hold on to them, it takes nerve, because you may lose it all, and it takes nerve to hold on to it, even if you see those properties, those values really dropping. So a lot of people don't have that nerve. So a lot of people, they just said, screw it, I'm out, I'll take my losses. And so they sold the properties. They did what we called short sales. And some people got foreclosed on, some people did short sales, but they just wanted out. And we managed to negotiate and do short sales for people and helping them out. Now, the problem with this is they didn't live in the property for 3 years or more. So now after you manage to get past the short sale and get through that whole fiasco, you're like, dodged a bullet on that one. I lost a little month. And then there's a knocking on the door. It's the IRS. You owe us $7,500, please. Payable in full right now. Otherwise, you have to also pay late fees and penalties that are compounding. Yeah, you weren't planning on the IRS just giving that up, right? So the politicians actually pulled people into financial hardship that were never in it to begin with when the real estate markets were crashing. So as their solution to stop the markets from crashing. But a crash is simply a correction by an overinflated market. And people that rush out to help out with that correction, thinking they're going to get a deal because a politician's offering you something, be careful when a politician offers you something. I tell you, you don't believe me? Why don't you check in with the Indians when their country was being formed, right? They were offered a lot for the land. and then they were kicked off of it, right? So, we're here to help. Be careful when the government comes with a message like that. Don't fear. We're here to help. So, after that year, so basically what happened to the real estate market that was crashing? They offered that $7,500. So the market is crashing at a rate like this, at a downward trajectory like this. Then they offer that $7,500 credit, and it gets some people coming out, but the markets are still declining. It flattens the curve a little bit. Now that $7,500 goes away, the markets continue to dive. That's when people start really bailing out and stuff. Then the politicians said, we're not wrong. We're never wrong. You know what the problem was? We didn't throw enough money at the issue. That's the politicians always, that's what they're always claiming as the answer, right? We need more money. All right. So they did a second bailout. This time they offered an $11,000 bailout that they offered to homeowners for mid-2008 to 2009, I believe it was. Let's see. Let's go back to that slideshow there. No, because this was mid-2008 to 2009. Now this is mid-2009 to 2010. They offered another bailout of or tax credit of $11,000. So that this time, that should cure the problem and flatten the curve. So what happened when they offered that $11,000 credit? Yeah, people went out and the curve kind of flattened again. This time a little bit more. And once that tax credit went away, property values continued to correct themselves and go down. And then more people now did short sales. IRS comes knocking. You owe us $11,000 payable in full today. And this is for the tax credit. So did politicians have the answer? No, they probably pulled more people in financial hardships than needed to be. So all said, politicians did not have the answer for that. And the movie I told you about, did anybody see that movie yet? The Big Short?
No.
That was a third movie I told you about to go see. So what did I tell you about so far? Stripes, The Big Short, and Far and Away with Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise. I think I said some other movies too, but that series, The Men Who Made America. You're talking about the Rothschilds and all those super rich people. They use the Sherman Antitrust Act to break up the big monopolies. Right. So anyway, the movie's called The Big Short, and this movie actually talked about what happened in that housing market crash in 2006 and gave it a full explanation of it. Well, not full. They left out the part of politicians and their names because they don't want to accuse any particular political party that they may be tied to. But they just basically gave the gist of what happened there, without pointing the blame at anybody in particular, other than the government. So let's talk about tax credit a little more. Which is better, a tax deduction or a tax credit? So in this example, I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison for you, just so that you guys can see. A tax credit is a direct reduction in taxes due, rather than calculating a deduction from income before the tax is computed. So if I give you a $15,000 tax credit and a $15,000 tax deduction, which one is worth more? Which one will save you more money? If you make $100,000 a year and you're in a 15% tax bracket, is $15,000 tax deduction from your taxes or $15,000 tax credit worth more? Well, let's see. We'll do the side-by-side problem. Your income's $100,000. We're going to do the tax deduction first. and you subtract that $15,000 from your income before your taxes are computed, your income remaining is $8,500. And now you calculate your taxes based on that 8,500. And if you're in a 15% tax bracket, at the end of the year, you owe $12,750 in your income taxes. Now, if you got a tax credit and your income is $100,000, you calculate your taxes first based off the $100,000. So you owe $15,000 in income taxes. But you then subtract the $15,000 tax credit and you now owe nothing. So which one is worth more? Tax deduction or a tax credit? Both these side-by-side examples show you a same $15,000. One is a deduction, one is a credit. See, the deductions are calculated, you reduce your taxable income before you calculate your taxes to see how much you owe in taxes. A tax credit, you figure out your taxes first, and then you deduct the credit from whatever you owe in taxes. And then you're left with owing nothing. So you could see the same $15,000 is worth a lot more as a tax credit than it is as a deduction. So as you can see, the tax credit is way more valuable than a tax deduction. All right. Land contract, also known as an installment sales contract. Let's write that next to the title of installment sales contract on top of page 330 / land contracts. Which was originally on page, hold on, let me make sure that was on page 217. I know it was chapter 11, but that was actually page 218. So let's change that to page 218. So chapter 11. Page 218. I'll get a new screenshot to add to the slideshow to fix her up. But in the meantime, for you guys, put page 218 here. So, land contract. Chapter 11, page 218. There you go. Land contract, chapter 11, page 218. There we go. We digitally fixed up the slide and corrected it until I could upload the new photo on there. Okay, so that's an installment sales contract or land contract. It's a type of seller financing where the seller doesn't give you the deed until you paid off the full amount owed. All right. Real estate investment syndicate. Nothing to highlight in this section, but a real estate investment syndicate. Well, it's a type of business organization that's not a legally formed business entity. You don't have to file paperwork and pay licensing fees to create a syndicate or a joint venture. Syndicate is two or more people coming out to carry out a business project. When the project is done, the syndicate's done. Joint venture is the same thing, but it's two or more groups of people coming together to carry out a business project. When the project's done, the joint venture is done. Now, a real estate investment syndicate is a business venture in which groups of people pool their resources to buy and own a property together. They're investing together in the real estate. Now, I'm going to tell you something to keep you out of jail. How about that? Want me to share some info with you to try to help keep you out of jail? Working in the real estate business, you may get the idea that you're helping all of these people, these investors looking for real estate and helping them find these properties, and you see they fix them up and flip them, and you're like, wow, I didn't even realize that. Wow, I didn't see that. But now you start to develop this eye by seeing what investors are doing with certain kinds of properties where they could buy them. You thought it was a worthless piece of junk, and you see what they do to it, and it's like, now you get this eagle eye that you could spot a good investment from a mile away. Only if I had the money to do it myself. And then a light bulb pops up in your head, you get this bright idea. You know what? I think I'm going to advertise out there trying to get investors to invest in a project that I'm going to own, but I want them to invest in my project. Well, why would anybody invest in a project that you own? How would you entice me to invest in your project? What would you offer me? How would you get somebody to invest in an idea that you got? What would you offer them in return? People?
Some kind of like commission or something?
Some kind of a return on the investment, right? You got to offer them some kind of return. Otherwise, why would anybody give you their money to invest in something that you own? You got to offer them some kind of return on the profit or something, right? But how would you guarantee such a return? What if the project actually loses money? You may not have thought of all those things. Instead, you're going to put together this presentation telling people all the possible upsides of how much that they could make. But this is why something like this, where you're soliciting money from investors, especially investors who may not be familiar with real estate as an investment vehicle. Now, if you don't disclose to them not only the possible upsides, but all the possible downsides, you would do that in something called a prospectus, which analyzes the risk. And it's a report that shows all the different possible risks as well as the reward possibilities that somebody can analyze before they invest in your project. And this could be also categorized as a security. And if you're selling and dealing in securities, you need to have special licensing. You need to be licensed, and your property, that's the investment, needs to be registered as a security. It needs to be registered with the the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, as well as the state of New Jersey. And you need to have special licensing. I'm not sure if it's the Series 3, 5, or 7 license that's required for dealing in this type of security. All of those are securities licenses, but you need some kind of special licensing to deal in securities. And if that security is also real estate, well, you also need to have a real estate license. Now, you could partner with somebody who's got the securities license and you got the real estate license, or you could have both licenses and then you could engage in this if you do things the right way. But most people don't know that and they don't do things the right way, and this could land you in jail, especially if people lose money on your investment and you're dealing in securities unlicensed. It's like Bernie Madoff type stuff where he was ripping people off and they lost money. He was doing these Ponzi schemes and, you know, jail time. Now, real estate as a security. When seeking money from investors who, I didn't realize I put together a slide already explaining this. Look at that. To invest in real estate project you own, offering a percentage of profit to the investors. It could be classified as a security. You could get into trouble, especially if the investors are not familiar with real estate investing and they lose money. Special licensing is required to deal in securities. The investment must be registered with the FTC and SEC and the state of New Jersey under blue sky laws. And such offerings must have a prospectus prepared with warning investors of the possible risks involved with the investment, not just the potential upside of profits. All right, now partnerships. We learned about partnerships in an earlier chapter when we were talking about businesses, business partnerships. There's a general partnership and a limited partnership. You guys recall the difference between the two?
Was one just residential? And
Well, these are forms of ownership, not of real estate, of businesses. Hey, we start a t-shirt factory together. Okay, you and I start this business together. It's a partnership. Now, if we both work in that business and we're both printing t-shirts and working in the business, you know, it's a general partnership because we're the only two owners and we're both the owners that are actively working in the business. It's a general partnership. Okay. General partners are ones that actually work the day-to-day business activities. So if any additional debts come that the business takes on, like taking additional loans and stuff, both of us are responsible for paying those debts. But then we could also seek investors from outside investors that don't work in our business. They're making an investment. In exchange, we're offering them stock or something else. Well, they're partners now in the business, but they're limited partners because they don't work the day-to-day activities of the business. So the only money that they stand to lose is their investment. We can't go back to them, asking them to dump more money in because they're not responsible for paying off our debts for anything, any mismanagement that we do. A REIT is a real estate investment trust. And by the way, let me go back here and make sure that's on page 123. Those page numbers are right. Chapter 7, page 123. And it is. And a real estate investment trust, a REIT, real estate investors can take advantage of the same tax benefits as mutual fund investors. And this is on page 331. It is there on page 331. They get the same tax benefits as mutual fund investors. Now, in order to be considered a REIT, you have to have at least 100 investors, and at least 75% of that trust income has to come from real estate as the investment vehicle. So that's what a real estate investment trust or REIT is. And this was last discussed back in on page 124 in chapter 7, I believe it was. So let's we should already have this highlighted. I believe we skipped forward to page 331 way back when, and we highlighted this already, right?
yes.
And this was also cross-mentioned. So if you want to mention that it was also back on page 124, way back in chapter 7, you can. Now, you don't need to have a real estate license to sell a business, unless real estate's involved. If you're brokering the sale of a business and real estate is involved, the sale or lease of property, you need to have a real estate license to sell that business. Even though real estate licensees do not prepare the contract to sell those businesses, because that'd be commercial real estate and attorneys prepare those contracts. But you need to have a real estate license to market and sell that business that real estate's involved in. If no real estate is involved in the sale of that business, then there's such things as business brokers that are in existence that don't need to have a real estate license to sell and broker the sale of the business. So real estate, only if real estate's included in the sale, and a lease or real estate sales contract needs to be transferred, negotiated, or prepared by an attorney. Real estate licensees can only market these though. So besides title to the real estate or a present lease, an attorney would be needed to prepare the sale or lease contract and the contracts to transfer other business assets, like the trade fixtures and stock and inventory in that business, the business name, customer list, goodwill, or special rights like copyrights, patents, franchise agreements, licenses, ticket lottery machine licenses, etc. So on page 331, highlight a person who sells or negotiates the sale of a business for others for a fee is required to be licensed as a real estate broker. The exception is when the business is sold without any real estate interest in any form. See, they always say these things backwards. They could have just said, you don't need a real estate license to sell a business unless real estate's involved. Also use it, it's less wordy and more direct and to the point. See what I mean about the book wording everything backwards? You need to have a real estate license to sell a business.
No,
Unless
you're dealing with real estate.
real estate's involved. All right, so how do you finance the purchase of a business? Well, you need cash or a loan. Substantial down payment, seller providing purchase money mortgage for the balance of the selling price of the real estate. The business purchase requires cash or personal loans to buy it. You're not getting a mortgage loan to buy a business. Now, the Bulk Transfer Act is part of the Uniform Commercial Code. There's a section of the Uniform Commercial Code, Article 6, known as the Bulk Transfer Act. So the Bulk Transfer Act is designed to protect creditors from fraud perpetrated by a business owner who sells the business, including equipment and stock, and then disappears, leaving those creditors unpaid. Wow. That sounds evil, right? That sounds bad. Don't do that. Would you do that?
No.
Then let me ask you a question. Don't get caught up, or let me make a statement. Don't get caught up with a seller who approaches you to sell their business, and you don't make sure first that you get a list from them of all their stock and inventory, and any inventory that has not yet been paid for. And make sure that there's an attorney involved handling the sale of this business as well. Because if you don't make sure that they make a list of all outstanding debts to creditors, you got to say, hey, listen, is all the equipment and machinery paid for in full? Or do you still owe money on anything here? Do you have any stock or inventory that you owe money on? Or has it all been paid in full and you own it outright? Because you're going to need a list of all outstanding debts to creditors to supply to potential buyers. And then you need to contact those creditors and let them know that the business is for sale. Because if that owner ends up selling that business and saying, hey, everything's included in the sale, but yet they didn't pay for it, they don't own it outright, you help them commit fraud. It may be inadvertent, but it doesn't matter. You help them perpetrate that fraud. And who ends up losing out? Who ends up losing money on that deal?
You do.
Who is the Bulk Transfer Act designed to protect?
Creditors?
What creditors? The seller's creditors, the creditors of the business seller. So that's why you see the bulleted list here. The purchaser, these are the things that are required according to Article 6, the Bulk Transfer Act, to prevent this from happening when a business is sold. The purchaser should require the seller to prepare a list of existing creditors, including their names and business addresses and accounts owed to each. The parties to the transaction should prepare a list of all real and personal property that's included in the sale. And the purchaser should receive the seller's list of creditors for at least 6 months after the date of the sale to make the list available for inspection to the seller's creditors, yada, yada, yada. Seller is obligated to prepare this list of creditors and is responsible for completeness and truthfulness. After receiving a list, the purchaser is obligated to notify all the creditors of the details of that pending sale, at least 10 days before that sale takes place. Statute of limitations on bulk transfers is 6 months, unless the transfer has been concealed. So, the next page, 333, second paragraph, let's highlight the requirements of the Bulk Transfer Act are designed to protect the interest of the buyer as well as those of the seller's creditors in the sale of a business, and underlying sales creditors, seller's creditors. If you get a question on exam, and you probably will, who does the Bulk Transfer Act protect? The answer that you should select is the seller's creditors. Does it protect the buyers? Yeah, but kind of as a side effect, like homeowners insurance. Are you required to get homeowners insurance when you buy a house using a mortgage loan?
Yes.
Are you required to get homeowners insurance when you buy the house with cash?
No.
Who's requiring you to get the homeowners insurance and why? When you buy with a mortgage loan? It's the lender that's requiring you to get that insurance. Why? They want you to insure that property that's to serve as collateral for the loan in case you default in paying them back. So if the property burns down tomorrow or gets flooded out, insurance is there to protect their investment, right? Their collateral. The Bulk Transfer Act is designed to protect the business seller's creditors. This is a note that I made. I wrote this clear and straightforward in the sale of a business. It also protects the buyer, but as a side effect. because they should be informed that all the inventory, machinery, or tools, the chattel of the trade, have not yet been paid for in full, and therefore can chase after that seller's personal assets to get reimbursed later. But the seller's creditors, they need to be informed. The purpose of this law is to protect the seller's creditors. The buyer gets protection too, but its main purpose is to protect the creditors of the seller of the business. So, you guys got this?
Yes.
Yes, no?
Got it.
Yes.
So what you need to know for the exam: the Bulk Transfer Act is part of the UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, that prevents fraud in the sale of business chattel. Chattel is tangible personal property. So it protects the business seller's creditors from the seller selling the business and its inventory and equipment, saying it's included in the sale, but it has not yet been paid for in full. Then the seller leaves their creditors unpaid. It is fraud. The Bulk Transfer Act, which is Article 6 of the UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, regulates the transfer of chattel when selling a business. It prevents fraud when the business is sold. All right. This is just repeating a lot of the stuff that we just went over, so I'm not going to just continue beating it, but this is the gist of what you need to know for exam with the Bulk Transfer Act. It's the law that covers chattel, personal property, in the sale of a business. And who does it protect? The seller's creditors. And that's the end of this chapter 17. Close that out, save that, and we'll do the key terms to review for chapter 17. Next, the letter I in key terms 1. I just wrote horrible definition. I had accountants and tax preparers in this class before, and they're like, yeah, that's a horrible definition. So I know it's not just me that thinks that. Wow. You guys are going to enjoy this first key terms to review, I think. It should be very easy. Cost plus improvements minus depreciation.
Adjusted basis.
1 is A. Increase in value.
Appreciation.
2 is B. Initial cost of the real estate.
Basis.
3 is C. Document transferring ownership of personal property.
Bill of sale.
4 is D. Extra money or property received by one party in an exchange.
Boot.
5 is E, boot. Law regulating the sale and financing of business personal property.
Bulk Transfer Act.
6 is F. Taxable profit on the difference between the adjusted basis and the net selling price of an asset.
Capital gain.
7 is G. Are you starting to see a pattern forming here yet? Money left from rental income after expenses are paid.
Cash flow.
8 is H. Yearly bookkeeping charge for part of initial Halla Harble definition. What's the answer?
Depreciation.
Depreciation. 9 is I. Tax deferred mutual transfers of income property.
Exchange.
Exchange. 10 is J. And real estate held for rental income.
Income property.
11 is K. They didn't bother scrambling or mixing up the answers. They were just the answers were A, B, C, D, E, F, G, straight down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, straight down. They didn't bother mixing them up. That's a pattern that they put there. Okay. Whoops. All right. Now, it's not going to be the same for this next one, so don't try that on the next one. You need to know the actual answers for the next one. All right. A law regulating the transfer of business personal property.
Uniform Commercial Code.
10 is A, the Uniform Commercial Code. Refinancing property to buy more.
Pyramiding.
4 is B. Direct deduction from income taxes due.
Tax credit.
9 is C. A joining together of 2 or more people to carry out a business project.
Syndicate.
A syndicate. 8 is D. Group pooling resources to buy real estate.
Real estate investment syndicate.
5 is E, the real estate investment syndicate. Rate at which the investor's top dollar is taxed.
Marginal tax rate.
3 is F. A sale in which the seller receives the purchase price over a period of years.
Installment sale.
The installment sales contract. 1 is G, also known as a land contract. Extensive use of borrowed money for purchases.
Leverage.
2 is H. That's what leverage is, using someone else's money. Rich people do that all the time, right? Anybody ever see that, what was it, Showtime or HBO? Or was it Netflix? It was one of those. The series, it was a 1 series thing. It was about a true story, Inventing Anna.
No.
You guys never seen that? Look that one up too. It's actually a true story about how this young woman that came from, well, nobody knows if she came from Germany or Russia, where exactly she came from, but she built this whole identity with herself with social media and by mixing with the crowd of the young, rich, hip people in New York City to build this air about herself, this fake persona, and pretend she was super uber rich. And all she was a manipulator and a really good at it. And because she rubbed elbows with the right people, people in very high positions in banking industries and multimillionaires and brand managers and bank owners and investment groups, they all threw money at her to do projects, and they gave money to her. They let her borrow private jets and all kinds of stuff like this for a couple of years. And she was a very young girl. They all got duped. So feeling embarrassed by this, they went after her. At first, nobody wanted to. They went after her, ended up throwing her in jail. But she recently just got out this past year, earlier this year. And they immediately, as soon as she got out of jail, they immediately deported her.
Isn't that like being a con artist?
She, yeah. Listen, she's a young woman though, really, really young. And how could somebody that young, aren't there protections in place? Don't bankers, heads of investment firms, these multi-billion-dollar investment firms, CEOs of major corporations, don't they have a little bit of knowledge and experience? Isn't there some kind of process that they need to follow that prevents them from getting scammed and duped to ensure that if they're lending money, that it's not some scam? Is there some kind of process in place for that? Would you imagine?
Yeah.
They got duped by a girl who was like 16 or 17 years old.
How long until she got caught?
I think it was a couple of years. It took her a couple of years to invent this persona about herself. Take a look at it. You could find it on. I know it's on Netflix. But you could find it on Cinema too. If you guys have that app on Fire Stick, you can get all that stuff for free on Cinema. It's called Inventing Anna. It's it comes off a little dry and boring at the beginning, but it's a drama for sure. And she comes off as a total B, but that's what made everybody believe her and trust her that she was rich, because rich people are like that. This is the craziest thing. Anyway, where did we leave off? I lost my place. Oh, here we go. Wait, yeah. Fund making real estate investments and selling shares.
Real estate investment fund trust.
6 is I, the real estate investment trust. Cash flow plus income tax savings plus appreciation.
Return.
It's return. 7 is J. Was that all of them, or did I skip any there?
No, that's all of them.
That's all of them. Okay. So that's the 2 key terms to review. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked by that story. Obviously, I watch way too much TV. But hey, during COVID, and yeah, what else did you have to do, right? Every place was shut down. All right. And that concludes chapter 17. All right. Hold on one second.